MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar. Mari nampak siapa. Panjang! Kerana terima magic kuda. 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Ada satu kedudukan namun dibantu dengan Iris dengan adanya detonas welcome yang telah dikeluarkan. Tarikan yang dibuat cuba untuk mengekang Noah dan juga Iris. Pada waktu ini memang datang untuk membantu. Di bahagian belakang Emal akan menjatuhkan Noah setelah like and bounce yang digunakan. Second dalam kedudukan yang agak sedikit bahaya. Janus cuba mengorbankan Faded Strike daripada Maima akan menghalau Emal dari kawasan tersebut yang menjadi mangsa cuba untuk menghalau kawasan Team Hawk cuba ke depan. Hestu juga akan dijatuhkan.
Mampu ada peluang tapi flicker yang baik daripada Iris juga.
Emal yang telah pun ditangkap dengan return of welcome daripada Fury. Sekarang cuba untuk membantu Emal keluar dari kawasan tersebut. Jadi pertahanan yang berada di bahagian depan tapi diselamatkan dengan Ram. Tidak boleh nak lari dari second. Pada stage yang cantik dan mengorbankan Emal. Ada mortality tak bertahan lama. AJ Emal triple kill.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit JP Niners. Macam Mun je. Saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. Oh, King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power. Gaza.
Satu sekali Gadget Doim dan Alvar di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Edge fight as long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 41!
Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu buah reward di poin yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan. Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
kumpulan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jaguh 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil punya legend semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk sama tong dia. Gua tau. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Syah, lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa belakang. Lu juga sama gua. Nanti gua kasih kena.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini? tak payah nak ada mentality champion.
Dia main lepas sudah lah.
Oi, kuat terus gila. Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak ah.
I'm a rock star.
Shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire, our matches are getting hotter and hotter as we approach the end of the regular season here in MPL Malaysia Season 13. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the English broadcast. My name is Stafa. Along with me today are Lafel as well as Husky for a very exciting game number 2.
Very, very exciting because it's Toda against RSG MY. Both teams looking to make a mark. Obviously, Toda looking a bit better overall, but RSG MY, they're coming. Calm down, Lafel. They are trying to look for that.
We're on RSG side, okay?
RSG.
Okay, no, not too much, not too much.
It's part of the plan. You remember?
All right.
Yeah, it's part of the plan, right?
That's true.
Like, we gotta promote the good things that are happening up on stage, just like the good connection, the spectacular gameplay, and all the domination that the players are bringing to the MPL stage, all via ROG Phone 8, the king of performance and your ultimate gaming phone.
Yeah, one of the...
Sorry, Aski, I forgot. Go with Toda, man.
Too late for that now.
Keep it serious, right?
Yes.
Serious game.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, let's see how long this lasts, and Lafel broke it in like 30 seconds. So.
Hey.
Let's try again.
I usually last longer than 30 seconds, okay?
Yeah, well, not this time. Unfortunately, that's a new record. At least we agree on something. Yes. By the way,
we're on RG side here. As in, like, physically, this is RG side, and that's Todak side. I feel like this is going to be a bad game for RSG.
Okay. So that's how it works.
It's going to be terrible.
Because we were on Barracuda side just now and they lost.
Okay, we gotta really like reverse engineer this, right? Yeah, because you got your boys, you want to support RSG, you want to see them go far, and by that I mean you want to see them fail.
It's gonna be a stomp.
Todak's gonna completely dominate RSG. You're gonna be very
upset.
Yes, and then the next Mamak talk we can talk about it also.
Yeah. Wanna come on?
Sure.
All right, you with Gideon, I guess.
I'll lock in my calendars for that.
What are we going to talk about? Oh yeah, who are they going to fight against?
Obviously, we are reaching the end of the season, so there's very few matches left for RSG MY. They actually only have one more match after this, and that is going to be on the 11th of May versus Bounty Esports. I think a lot of RSG fans would consider this to be on the easier spectrum of things.
No, I mean, even for Bounty, they theoretically sort of have a decent chance, right? I mean, to get them out of relegation zone, because Bounty are in 9th place right now, and they, with Barracuda getting that 1 point earlier on, Bounty needs to work twice as hard. In fact, they need a 2-0 over RGMY.
And they could do it.
They could do it. Have you not seen them beat Niners?
Yeah. We've already seen it.
I can't say anything more than that.
We can't say anything more. We gotta make sure that like the curse is controlled right now, yeah? So if anyone watching is confused right now, you guys might want to watch the earlier match for a little bit of context. But we've also got the season calendar for Todak here, and they still have 2 more matches after this, which is going to be versus the Niners on the 5th of May, as well as Monster Vicious on the 11th.
To be very honest, I mean, Todak and RSGMY, their last match of the regular season, are on the slightly lighter side, right? The slightly easier ends compared to what Barracuda and Team Hawk are getting.
Yeah.
So for them, it's good news. But I mean, tomorrow against Niners, that's going to be interesting as well. Niners felt like they found a bit of that mojo in the recent matches.
Niners aren't having a good time because after this, they're going up against Toda and SRG.
And SRG. We don't talk about SRG.
We don't talk about SRG.
Yes.
If we could change the tide and let SRG lose, we would. We really would.
We really would. But, well, you know, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, right? You gotta roll with the punches, go with what you've been given. Before we go on into our second match of the day, though, it is gonna be quite a titanic battle after all. Todak, RSG, MY, they've already had a lot of history in the past. They're longtime rivals, so we obviously have a video for all of you guys to watch. So, check this out.
Apa yang Todak tengah buat actually untuk membangkit balik dan hopefully dapat juara ataupun trofi keempat korang?
Juara keempat? Oh, season ni?
Aduh, Zaim!
Tak cakap je lah. Sama kena jauh lah. Aku tak boleh lah.
Sebab season 10 tu ada saya main untuk season 10. Sebab tu performa Todak gila-gila lah.
Kita tanya Zaim. Zaim main season lepas.
Betul.
Ramai orang cakap season lepas punya performance tak baik. Kenapa? Apa yang jadi
mungkin
season lepas?
Mungkin sebab season lepas tu saya baru masuk kan. So tak ni lagi lah. Tak
so kau punca?
Season lepas time Team Hak Todak, Momo ni dia orang paling tak pernah stres tu. Dia paling tenang.
Oh, serius?
Game tu jadi apa-apa dia tenang. So bila ada player macam ni kita pun tak serabut lah time game. Kalau apa yang boleh cakap Momo, nak cakap thank you sebab...
Kenapa kau tengok kamera? Kau tengok Momo sekarang?
Okay Mo. Okay, so untuk Momo, apa yang saya nak cakap, thank you. Untuk dapatkan XP macam ni susah. So saya bersyukur lah dapat XP macam dia.
Apa yang promise Todak nak dapatkan atau nak achieve musim ni? Tengok kamera, cakap dengan fans-fans Todak.
Okay, untuk fans-fans, family dan bosses-bosses, insyaAllah apa yang kita orang boleh janji is performance kita orang akan lagi keep better than before lah. Dan kita orang akan menjuarai MPL season 13 sorry. InsyaAllah.
They did win the 11th season.
They're looking very comfortable there, almost too comfortable.
Be calm.
Be calm.
Be chill.
Which reminds me of something when Kuja was interviewed last season when they lost to SRG. He did say that, you know, give us some time. We're going to go through a rebuilding phase. It's coming together pretty nicely. You know, Fly Solo, Reflecia, Shizo. They're now top 4 on leaderboard. Just like Todak is coming in. Literally a new era.
I do agree.
A new hope.
And a new hope.
A new hope.
This is a Todak cinematic universe.
That is true. Honestly, I do agree. Like, I feel like Todak has been getting better since last season. While there's definitely been some ups and downs here, they are looking a lot more comfortable with each other. They seem to be able to banter quite comfortably as well. The friendship, the synergy has been built up. And we can see it in the way that they play in the Land of Dawn as well. We're starting to see a little bit of that classic Todak Langar come back, even though it's a new lineup. So, exciting to see what they've got for us.
Oh, just wait when Chiku guys comes back in, man. Oh, that's the truth, Todak, man. Win or lose, it'll be entertaining.
True.
Don't disrespect Chiku, man.
Then you are forgetting about
I never
Nana,
will.
you know, Forme,
Nanas, yes,
the Todak in their prime. That was like, what, 4 years ago?
That was when I was in M1, man. That
Exactly.
was prime.
That was Todak Prime.
Prime. Oh, RSG's here.
Prime RSG.
Prime RSG. But of course, we got a question right now. Gold and objectives win the race. Can Lalil regain his prime form against the fearless Shizo? We got the gold laners for both RSG and Todak up on screen right now with their respective stats. And they've certainly had some questions here in terms of like how well they've been performing.
I mean, look at the GPM and DPM. 721 gold against 679 is pretty good, but look at the damage per minute coming in from Loliel. 3,274 compared to 2,680.
Yeah, definitely a slightly more active in taking these fights. And this meta comes at quite at a perfect timing, right? When Loliel's signature hero is literally the S tier pick.
So it's going to be banned.
Pretty much,
exactly.
yeah.
I mean, doesn't get to use it anyways.
It's unfortunate because Loliel was really getting a chance to show off again with the Harif. During the last game, he got to pick it up. But now that teams are really understanding exactly...
I take it back. They might let Harif go because they have Momo. You want to know why that's relevant? Mincetar.
Yeah.
Mincetar.
Honestly, I would love to see a Mincetar.
Like Mincetar pick was against like what, Barracuda, I think in week 1.
I think so, yeah.
Right?
Against Team Hawk as well.
Ah, yes, against Team Hawk as well.
I always have a bit of a bias towards Mitsutar. I think he's a very fun hero and one that's really nice to watch as well. He's just not quite as effective as some other heroes, but against heroes like Harif, like Nolan, he definitely has a place in the meta, so we gotta keep our fingers crossed.
I agree. The best kind of hero, like you can have the most fun playing this hero when you're taking the fun from someone else.
Yeah.
Mitsutar is taking the fun from someone else.
Mitsutar just straight up says like, no, you can't play the game right now. Like, that's not allowed. That's illegal.
Wanna walk? Wanna walk in, Salva?
I think it is
introduce the
about
players?
time to walk in. No, like we've been bantering long enough, right? Because Mitsutar cancels dashing, the players have to walk up onto the stage. So let's just go ahead and introduce Todak and RSGMY.
RSGMY!
Having successfully risen and posed a tough challenge to Team Hack last week, the flames of this team's passion reignite with renewed hope. Will the players show us that they are no pushovers and are looking to gain some momentum into the playoff? It's time to rise up! It's RSGMY! Although they were forced to bow down to the strength of the defending champions last week, the King of the Ocean returns today to douse the flames of their opponent. Can they prove that 3 trophies is better than 1 and overcome RSG today? Langa, no matter what, it's Toda! And once again, the brains of the operation walk up on stage, escorted by our head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity. We've got Coach Sora for RSG, as well as Coach Fly Solo with Kuja for the side of Todak. As per usual, friendship is exchanged and fist bumps are passed as both teams encounter one another on stage and prepare for the land of dawn.
Definitely an electrifying series coming up ahead. I think this is one, aside from the last series today, this is also one that is very, very high profile, right? People were wondering, what is RSG going to do? How are they going to perform? They had to make some drastic adjustments, I think, since last week, right? With the unfortunate rest of Reign, so now there's only Sora kind of holding the reins together, but it also came at a time where they finally broke a lose streak, so today against Todak is going to be that true test.
Just to answer you, Staffa, as well, regarding your script, I kind of feel like 3 trophies is better than 1.
I would think so, right?
I mean,
we do learn in math class.
Win or lose.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, AP Brand can tell you that 2 world trophies definitely better than 1.
Yeah.
Bigger number is better, usually.
Usually. Sometimes.
Usually.
It's not.
Yeah, for example, Debt.
Debt, if you get fined.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's not good.
I guess that's technically a negative number, though.
Yeah, sure. Or like number of divorces. That ain't good either.
All right, all right.
I feel like there are the things that we can talk about that cannot be talked about.
Very negative on it.
So no, this is good. You know what they say? Positivity kills the cat.
Yes,
that is what they say.
So let's talk about the game. Toda RSG.
Mm-hmm. What do you think?
I'm not feeling so good if I'm being honest. Toda looks strong.
You think so?
Toda looks strong, man.
They do look strong. Their performance recently, very good. We already explained how it feels like they're finding back a bit of that Langar gameplay. But it's also true what Husky said. Like, they broke their lose streak previously. They've made some changes to the coaching staff as well. So we don't know whether or not that's going to affect them now that it's technically a difference in the roster.
It's less better here because RG had 2 coaches. Now they have 1.
Now they have 1, yeah.
And then they won.
Sometimes.
So if they win again here, then, you know, Kuja, Fly Solo, 2 people. RSG 1 people. Yeah. If RSG wins.
Maybe less is more.
Yeah, sometimes less is more.
Less is more.
I was discussing with Gideon last week regarding Todak, right? I'm like, including Fly Solo, who previously was with Deus 4, right? 4th place in the M5. And then with how Deus 4 plays, I think Fly Solo bringing that style to Todak, they gel well together because Todak also has some very wacky picks. The Momo Hylos, XP Lane, Minsita plays some pretty crazy heroes. And it's good to see that because it gives Todak kind of the X factor. Even Glue, right? We've been talking about it behind the scenes. We just haven't seen it yet.
I've always missed the weird hero picks of Todak from the past and wish that we got to see it again. So it's nice to see that. But it's actually a good time for us to consider the coaches here, because what is the difference between local and imported coaches, right? I want to ask Lafayette, you have some experience coaching. What do you think about this?
Same.
Same. No difference.
Nah.
It's like no issues at all. It's like no difference in experience. It's all
same.
I think people want to believe statistically import coaches bolsters your team. To a certain degree, it's not wrong, right?
Legit.
It's not wrong.
No, legit. You guys might think I'm joking, but I've met. So here's the thing. Let me just paint this picture.
All right.
Sure.
Not everyone from the Philippines is Coach Yep. Not everyone from the Philippines is Coach Bonchan.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
Not everyone from Singapore is Zace.
That is
Not
true.
everyone from Malaysia is Sorapayong. So believe you me, I've had my opportunities to talk with a lot of different coaches from different cultures. Believe you me, it's individual. It's individual.
Okay.
I do believe that. I think it comes down to the individual as well, right? Like, coming from a decorated region doesn't immediately make you a good talent. Let's just put it that way. But I would say that the import coaches we had this season have been making their mark, and it's a good thing, right? Arcadia, we've seen Fly Solo really bringing Todak up a notch. Even when Antagonist joined Homeboys last season, we are seeing those positive improvements to the team.
Hopefully those positive improvements will be able to create impact once we head on into this match, because now we gotta talk about the players as well. RCMY gonna be fielding the same lineup with Izanami, Rippo, Lolil, Venogo, and Stome as the in-game leader. We're gonna be able to have a look at their signature heroes and some stats in a little bit right now, in fact. But RSG, these are your boys, Lafel. What do you want to see from them?
I want Izanami to keep having those damage dealers, number one. Because I feel like when Izanami is using a support type, kind of like an Angela, you're putting all your eggs in one basket. But the thing is, which egg are you banking on, right? Because, speaking very neutrally here, Venogo hasn't really shown that he can carry the entire team. Same as Lolio, he can't be a one-man army. And I kind of feel like if you're having your mid laner using a support type, you need a one-man army, which I feel like RSG, they just need to play as a squad. You need to play as a unit. I want Izanami to be on that damage dealer and be the secondary damage dealer.
Makes sense. Sounds good on paper. I agree. I think Izanami performs best when he has some carry potential. On the opposite side, though, we have Todak. We got Zyme Senpoi as the in-game leader, with Shizo, Momo, Rafflesia, as well as Gary. We talked about how they seem to be stronger now. What do you think we can expect from them, Husky?
I think the one big difference you can expect from Todak when you pit them directly against RSG and why is the fact that Todak has so much more options, right? In terms of hero pool, in terms of their playstyle, and most importantly, the win conditions. Zyme Senpoi, you want him to play utility? Not a problem. You want him to go damage? Not a problem. Momo, the same thing. You want him to play Barrage frontline? He can do it. But if you want him to go something like a Mincetar just to counter specific hero picks, he can go for that also. And that itself, I think, gives Todak an edge over a lot of other teams. I think the biggest challenge RSGMY is facing right now is to follow up what LaFell said about Venogo specifically, is the fact that now that Rippo is playing for the team since last week, we get to make a direct comparison when Demon Kite was still there from Season 12 and Venogo. The one crucial point that is missing is the fact that that explosive aggressiveness is not present in Venogo, which in turn does not allow RSG to play that fast-paced game that they are used to. Now Venogo is a bit more slow, and he's having troubles connecting with the team. And I think that is what's causing RSGMY a lot of these games.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We don't want to have to point fingers here, but I think a lot of people can tell that Venogo doesn't seem to be fitting into that missing puzzle piece that RSGMY is looking for. He has the foundations, but yeah, that explosive aggressiveness is just not there. And RSGMY was known for being one of the most aggressive teams in the previous regular season. So you have to see whether they can keep that up. But now, let's talk about Coach Fly Solo.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the most banned here, the Faramis, the Matilda, as well as the Barats, it kind of shows that they have a preference not to fight against a team that can that can survive the fight for a very, very long time, because Barras can sustain for a very long time. Doesn't matter if it's EXP or jungle. Having the Fireman's as well, making the team fight extended. Looks like for Coach Fly Solo, he wants the game, or he wants the fights to be very decisive.
Yeah.
Who makes the right play, gets the win, controls the map.
And he wants to skew it into his team's favor, right? You don't get these teamfight heroes, but we get Minotaur. And we also open up opportunities for Shizzle's Roger to really go ham without having to worry about a second life health bar or getting gobbled out by a barrage. Matilda is kind of a no-brainer overall. So I think when you look at Fly Solo's approach to the game, it's very, very direct, very, very obvious. And teams that go up against Todak, they're respecting that Loi a lot more, because Todak have shown chip, Loi, doesn't matter, right? Both the Freystyle and Zyme Sandpoint can have the same impact despite being in different roles.
Oh, wow, okay. Actually, though,
not too far off. Not too far off. Yeah.
We got a Malaysian
Demon Light.
cut.
I like that.
Demon
Light.
Demon Light.
That's funny.
Just combining two players.
Wait, so one is Demon Kai, this one is Demon Wow.
What?
It's a Malaysian.
You
get it. You get it.
I see you. I see you. Well, let's see what Coach Sora has to say. Asking, is Coach Rain going to coach remotely? He says, no, Coach Rain will be on a rest completely. So he will not be remote. He's not going to be online. It's just going to be Coach Sora with the team manager. And they will all try to improve the team without Coach Rain's presence.
Kind of a tough task. I mean, it's a lot of responsibility, right? He has been in this sport, in his spot last season, I think, when he was in red.
Yeah.
And right now, he's kind of back in that spot again.
Let me just say, he has been in this spot before.
Yeah.
He has.
At this point, he's just like, you know what? Maybe I'm the problem.
No, you see, it's
he's
his
not
name,
the one
right?
taking a rest, you know.
His name is Sora Payung.
Yeah.
So he's an umbrella. He stops the rain.
Maybe that's why.
They didn't check the feng shui.
I'm so angry. Like, fine, let's go. You make me angry, stuff. Okay, let's go with the draft.
Thank you. All right, moving on into the draft. RSGMY on the blue side, Todak on the red side. And like we saw earlier in the most common opponent bans, RSG already getting rid of both Angela and Loi Yi.
Yeah, there's just no banning all the comfort heroes of Todak at this point. You have to accept the fact that maybe Loi or Chip might just get let through, and if you ban both of that, you're giving a lot of power picks to Todak, who are on red side in this game one. And for Todak, so much easier, right? Matilda must ban, let's get rid of Loliel's signature hero, no Harith this game.
Yeah, this is where it becomes difficult when your star hero gets strong. You will definitely not.
Right?
You won't get it.
That is true.
It's a catch-22. Too weak to use, too strong to use.
I felt that way when Ruby started becoming more popular. I always saved her as like a secret pick. It's like, okay, I'm gonna bring her out whenever I need her the most, and then everyone's just started to pick her. So now it's not fun anymore, you know?
Yeah,
I'm not special anymore.
Well, after today's performance, maybe Ruby is get through much more.
Yeah, the stocks are gonna drop for
Yeah.
We'll see, we'll see. Nolan gets banned out by RSG just to cover all of their bases. So most likely they're gonna want to try and prioritize onto the Fredrin or the Barats with their first pick. We'll see what Todak responds with.
Yeah, this could be an opportunity for Todak to just go for kind of the first two picks and have Chip being included as one of it. We've seen teams trying to play against that, right? You have a Chip, you want to bring your whole family to the team fight. We're gonna pick a team fight comp, right? Minotaur, Tigro, or you know, heroes with AoE damage, or Faramir, Lilia, just to make sure that if you bring your team into the fight, we're gonna kill you before you even get anything done.
I just want to say one thing about RSG. I don't want to see any Claude.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
Loliel doesn't do well with the Claude.
Even since last season, right? We talked about it so many times.
It's weird too, because it used to be his power pick, right?
Oh, not anymore.
Definitely not.
Not anymore.
Definitely not in this climate.
So the Roger does get banned out, meaning that the Chip is left open. Todak basically directly extending the challenge. If you don't pick Chip, we are going to do so ourselves.
Yep.
RSG goes for the Faramir to try and counter the team fight with NetherRealm.
How crazy is it for Todak just to pick Fredrin and Barats?
That would be crazy.
But they're one of those teams that would do it.
They would do it. Probably not Fredrin Barrage, probably just one of it. But we do see that Shizo still has a 100% win rate with Roger, and Minotaur, well, has a 100% win rate on Storm. So these
Minotaur
two teams
has a
have-
100% win rate on Storm?
Yeah,
Oh,
Minotaur
Storm has
is
a
the
100%
player.
win rate.
Storm
on-
is the hero.
Minotaur's
Got
playing
it.
Storm.
You gotta be
Brand new
serious.
hero.
You gotta be serious.
Storm has won every single game with Minotaur.
Ah,
Okay.
There you go. There you go.
We got a police grammar here. It's the English broadcast. It's important. All right, let's see what they got. It is the Barat Valentina. So going to be keeping that chip open here. Looks like Todak are quite comfortable leaving it until later because they don't seem to mind whether or not RG picks it up or not.
I mean, if RG picks it up, like what can they do with the chip, right? Your mid laner doesn't necessarily connect too well with the chip unless you have the Nether Realm to join a fight. Frederick gets taken away. I admire this. Natan, very standard team fight comp thus far.
I mean, the thing about Chip is that Zorn has shown the hero to counter it, right?
Yeah.
The Belleric. So just use Belleric jungle.
And the thing about Belleric as well, remember Momo back then was like Belleric one trick.
Yeah. He's pretty good. Momo has come so far.
I know, right?
Yes, sometimes he regresses, but in a good way. You know,
Yeah,
he
yeah, yeah,
regresses
yeah.
back and picks out those weird heroes, but in a good way. He wins games. Speaking about Belleric, so for anyone who has not watched MAL, which I suppose is most of your people, Belleric jungle got popularized by Niners Academy team, which is JP Niners. They played 4 games of Belleric jungle in a row, and they won every single game. Here comes the Moskov, and of course, Hodak's the one that picks it.
Is there a lot of Moskov in the MAL?
It's a lot of Moskov, and I'll tell you this, they beat Natan.
Moskov is scared.
Not gonna lie, in ranked games, Moskov is a monster, man.
Like completely dumpsters Natan. You get solo killed by Moskov 1, it is over. And also, split pushing, right? He's
Yeah.
one of those few marksmen that even without Chip or Loyi, I can split push. When I need to join a fight, ultimate, and I show up.
Yeah, the Spear of Destruction, man. I mean, like, cross map pressure, and you're not a Yi Sun Shin, that's crazy.
And the fact is, Yi Sun Shin can't even like go to the rest of the map himself.
Yi Sun Shin can't show
Moskov
up.
can teleport to the spear. So honestly, Moskov's attack speed once you get to the late game is insane. It is terrifying, and I hate having to play against it myself. So I'm honestly kind of sad that he's more popular now because I have to see more of him. But hey, it's not often he gets let through in the MPL, so it's gonna be interesting to watch.
And the craziest thing about Moskov is that whenever you play a marksman, we take Natan out of the conversation, right? Because he has his passive that kind of ricochets back and forth. Traditional marksman, you would say, don't hit the front line. You tell Moskov that, Moskov is like, I'll gladly hit the front line because my damage penetrates the front line. So you are not safe behind your tanks.
Momo has a 100% win rate on Mincetar. 2.7 average KDA, 69% kill participation.
69.6.
Nice.
Oh, the thing is, Momo, how many Minzatar games has he played so far?
Four.
Oh, I thought it was only like 2. Okay, I've been
I don't
missing
know.
out this whole time.
I know he played
I just said that. I don't know.
Hak,
I could be wrong.
Hak and Barracuda. Those 2 are the ones I remember. I'm not sure if he has played any more.
Yeah, same.
But
I mean,
still, it's still
I don't have to be right.
That's true.
You just have to sound cool.
We're not known to be very good at math on this desk, so...
Yeah.
Like, for example, Ripple has only a 66.7% win rate on the Paquito.
Which is...
It's not bad.
1 out of 3?
1 out of 3. No, 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, see, my math is bad, but at least it's fast.
Right? I actually remember like that joke where it's like, how good are you at math? I'm very fast at math. It's like, what's 2 plus 1? 4. I said I was fast. I wouldn't say I was good.
Right, Florian gets picked up here, and let's see here. It's okay to pick up the Florian now because I have found ways to fight against the Florian, and it's mostly about mages being able to free hit the Florian, something like a Lilia, something like a Farsa, because you don't have ways to protect the Florian.
What about the Faramis though?
Not so much, especially in the early to mid game. Florian feels very safe. It's only towards the late game where it gets a bit sussy because the damage coming in from Faramis does hurt when it comes to late game, but before that, not that big of a problem.
That basically means that RSG would need another hero that's able to like jump in,
Exactly.
maybe one-shot Florian or Moskov. We saw the Paquito earlier, wouldn't be too bad, and it looks like Rippo is going to go with that, and they're also going to give Storm his Edith.
The Storm Edith's been quite a while since we've seen this hero. definitely follow my popularity, but if you want single target crowd control, Edith is kind of the one to provide it. Another question is, where does this barrage go, right? Like, will they give barrage to Momo, or will Momo pick up something wacky again? I am inclined to say that Bellerin doesn't look too bad for Toda.
Honestly?
Yeah, I mean...
Kind of.
Even the high loss doesn't look too bad.
Oh yeah, I think high loss will be okay here.
Yeah, either option would be pretty good, would be pretty solid, would be pretty fun.
And then they pick up something like a Lapu.
Or a Tamus,
A
right?
Benedetta.
They can definitely go the boring route here. Hopefully they don't do that. We want to see something a little bit more unique, considering it's Todak. Oh!
Alpha.
Oh, okay.
Gary Alpha, alright.
Wait.
I mean, Alpha into Fredrin is always a nightmare for Fredrin to deal with.
Oh yeah, definitely. So I feel like according to draft, I gotta give it over to Todak. Just cause.
Just cause, yeah. Honestly, I do agree with you. I think they have very good tools. Like we mentioned, Alpha is good against Fredrin in the jungle. Bharat matches well against the Pedo, and they do have that Valentina as well. So a lot of tools overall to play around with, but RSG want to show us what they have under the hood. And these are two longtime rivals facing off once again in a brand new season to show us what they got.
Yeah, I personally want to see the all-time, lifetime stats between these two teams, so we get that down the road, right? How many games have Todak won against RSGMY and vice versa? But this one is the one that matters for both teams. Game number 1 into the land of Dawn is Todak on red side, RSGMY on blue.
The land of Dawn beckons once more, and we're going into KO number 1 of our second match of Saru Saturdays. Hopefully everyone has their snacks, because I get the feeling you're going to want to stay in your seats for this one.
Gary is starting on the EXP side of the map, so this has to wonder, will a lot of pressure be going on to Lolio, because that's his pathing for right now. He's moving towards it, while Vinogo is going towards the EXP, so he wants to help out Rippo here. I want to see if Gary will be more aggressive on this Alpha, because traditionally we see Alpha with the Angela, making it so that you are very, very tanky when you want to move forward, but this one I'm not so sure.
I mean, at the same time, Moskov not only can give a lot of pressure as a marksman, he's also one of the few marksmen that has a crowd control, right? You can knock people into either terrain or their own teammates, so that is kind of a minor plus point, I suppose, for Shizo. Design standpoint and replace that, just alleviating pressure down mid, and Storm, he just has to take the beating.
Nice dodge from Zion Senpoi. Very quick reaction as well, considering Storm literally just popped out of the brush. I assume he already had some information there. We didn't talk about how Alpha, like whether or not he'd be aggressive here without an Angela, but with Florin having that the Florin's due actually does give him a bit of extra stats early game as well, so I do think he can definitely afford to be a little bit aggro, especially with Impure Rage and the adaptive damage.
So now it's really about when are they going to opt for the fight, because it looks like for both junglers, they are prepping around the turtle side, so they want to contest this, but who has the better crowd control here? Because if Momo is able to get out of his lane, he can chew on Vinogo, and then he won't be able to really contest for the turtle.
I think he definitely can do that with Gary around the corner. I feel there's nothing that Ripple could physically do. You just have to let the wave go to Todak first before you collect it afterwards. Vinogo is on the turtle first, but Storm, he's getting shoved out of the lane.
Wait, okay, Ripple got level 4. I was worried for a bit there if he couldn't. Now looks like the turtle has been started. Looks like Toda, they have a better positioning here to secure it.
Now Storm is going to hit forward with the passive XP. Gary gone on by Ripple, pushed away the Nether Realm just to save it, and Gary still gets the turtle nonetheless. Izanami now uses his own Nether Realm as RCMY. They want to look for some sort of a kill, but Toda are able to get out.
This good disengage there, but oh, they're still trying. Oh, even down here, Lolio nearly taking out shit. Oh!
And it's going to be first blood for Ripple. And Lolio getting a solo kill. Momo now in danger. Ripple trying to chase it. Terry Bogart with the double.
Well, this is the aggressive early game RSG that I feel like we've been missing out on for a while. While they weren't able to contest the turtle, they chased down the members of Todak into their own jungle, got 2 kills in their orange side, and then Lolio won out the 1v1 bottom as well. So instantly, a 1k net worth lead from nothing.
I mean, quick math, right? 1 turtle for 3 kills, I'll take that.
I think it's a pretty good trade to me.
Because I feel like you will equalize if you get 2 kills. Add one more, especially it was a solo 1v1. Yeah, that's just money.
Well, they found Gary. Zion Senpoi arrives. Venogo from the side. Zion Senpoi forced to run away. Storm goes into primal form just to force the flicker from Zyme. I mean, the fact that Lolia got a solo kill onto Shizzle, that is massive for the goal lane of RSGMY.
And right now, Rippo is very active around the map because we always see him having priority to move around to the mid lane. So in terms of pacing, RSGMY has better pacing here.
And they found Reflacia. This time Reflacia ain't getting away. Pulled back, lifted up. And a bit of a finisher coming in from Loliao. Final touches in. Second one for the Natan.
RGMY, they're coming into this game with something to prove here, and I'm liking what we're seeing. Even Shizo not safe still. The dive just barely dodges it out.
No, you gotta feel this, man, because Toda having the Moskov, he just needs a bit more time, a bit more items, and then he'll 1v9.
Yeah.
That's what a Moskov does, all right? He 1v9s, he just needs his items.
It just depends on whether or not Todak will be able to delay to that point, because it does seem clear that RSG knows about this potential threat, and they're trying to up the tempo of this game as quick as possible to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Second total, RSGMY starting it up. A flip from Stoem. He's going to be gone on instantly. Can't even use the Primal Wrath. Izanami late with the Nether Realm. And Flicker gobble up from the side of Momo. Rippo to the back. Finds Reflacia. And still Turtle goes over to RSGMY. Venogo secures it as Rippo tries to chase down the Florin. Looking to secure it. Can't find a Florin yet. Finally collects the kill. Killing spree for him. And at the end of it, I mean, RSGMY still getting the minor W.
You saw that, Staffa? He was already gobbled up, and Gary was close enough.
I'm pretty sure Venogo pressed a retry the moment he got spit out.
I think so too. Stoem this time can get the final wrath. It's going to be Lolia to join the fight. Gary completely melted. Izanami finding the 6th kill for RSGMY.
Great coordination coming in here from RSG. That Nether Realm helping them a lot, even though Zyme Senpoi is stealing it for himself. And the damage from Lolil really starting to build up now that he's 2-0-1. He's already taken the tier 1 down bottom, gotten his first item. Rippo as well, 3-0. The side laners on the side of RSG are in complete control.
Right now, looking at the goal difference, it's 2,500. For now, Toda, I feel like this is still an acceptable loss. The only real concern for them is their front line, because they need to make sure that Momo is able to tank a lot for Gary to find ways to get into the fight. And this is the big difference between an Angela as well as a Florin. Florin gives heal, and it's a lot of heal, don't get me wrong. But the thing is, having that shield, that enormous shield coming in from the hard guard is really the big difference maker that makes Alpha feel online. So Alpha can still do well with Florin, just needs, like I said, a little bit more time.
Yeah, we've seen that variation when Todak went up against, was it Bounty? I think there is the Florin Alpha that does exactly the same thing, right? Just in a slightly different pacing. As long as this Alpha is kept alive, he can continue to contribute, but the problem is he's not staying alive long enough.
Todak, because a lot of their damage needs items on both Zyme Senpoi and Shizo, they just straight up don't have as much team fighting power against RSGMY. Even the Nether Realm denies out the Bloom, basically. So RSG can take objectives a lot more easily as long as they position correctly.
Yeah, look at Ripple's position. He is basically just posturing to make sure that they get the objective. Third turtle in the game taken away by RSGMY, but it does give Shizo some space to try and get this tier 1 and free himself from the lane.
So right now, Toda, I feel like they're not losing by much. They just need one good fight. And right now, Lolio is doing the same thing. He's getting a turret. So basically, when it comes to the trade coming in from Shizo, it's equal now. But you gotta see, both teams are very close to each other, but no one wants to jump the gun just yet.
Yeah. RSGMY definitely feeling a bit better. At least Loliao can approach that tier 2 and start chipping it away.
I think it's pretty... Oh, hold on.
Entropy to get out.
That was a fast entropy.
Yeah, that was really quick reaction timing coming in from Lolil. I'm sure he's aware of the threat here. If Tiso managed to get a stun on him, he was like 100% dead in that situation. He cannot afford to give away the lead that RSG has built up right now, because he's obviously the key factor.
Just got the Blood Wing. So that does allow him to survive even longer in these fights. Steady 3,000 plus goal lead, and guess what, Loliao? Back to work. This should be tier 2 secured.
Well, he's got Blood Wings already too. He's farming up really fast. Lightning chunking on Izanami. The damage coming in from RGMY is gonna build up even faster in the next couple of minutes. And while Todak still isn't that far behind in terms of net worth, it's starting to really feel oppressive.
In mid lane, Zion Senpoi got a flicker away. Gobbler's gonna be there from Momo, but this time Storm will be saved by Izanami. The Split Destruction goes through because of the Nether Realm. The invulnerability does not allow Shizo to join the fight. They still lose Storm. And they trade Momo as an exchange.
I didn't know that was an interaction.
It is an interaction because you're technically untargetable, and that means that with no target, you can't teleport to the spear.
Yep.
That actually messed up Shizo quite a bit. If the timing was more correct, his damage would have been highly valued in that fight.
I mean, we got to talk about the accuracy, right? He technically hit his target.
Did.
It's just that he didn't know that they were going to die and respawn in that particular time.
Yeah, the Purify effect, you know, the invulnerable effect is kind of nuts when you think about it that way. Very rare occurrence, but still benefited RSGMY. They trade 1-4-1 in the mid lane and they get the first Lord.
They're not going to be forced to play for this late game now. There's no real other choice. They've already lost their early to mid game power spike timing that they could have potentially exploited. So they just got to buckle down, wait until Zion Senpoi and Shizo are able to get most of their items, and then they will be able to put up a fight again. Until then, the map just belongs to RSG.
3 items on to Lolil. Looks like Moskov is going to hit his 3 items as well, but 2.3k difference just on the gold laner. That's a lot of difference.
And it's going to be an instant engage from the Zion Senpoi. They know he has no abilities to get out. Momo will be forced to abandon him. That's what, mega kill for Ripple.
RSG making a lot of really good calls right now. They're continuing to apply pressure so that Todak doesn't get the free space they need to allow their late game heroes to scale up. And even Izanami now doing a lot of damage, almost taking out Rafflesia just like that.
That's the RSGMY we like to see, right? We had this discussion right before the game started. We're seeing that version. RSG continuing to push the envelope. Want to see if they can at least get one inhibitor. It seems like it's not going to be possible for now. But this minion wave might be just enough. Izanami pushing them back. Actually pulling Momo out of the base. Momo with the Daytona's welcome is only going to delay the inevitable as Ripple picks up his 5th kill.
Right now, RSGMY, they're at the base of Todak. 7,000 gold ahead, and right now they're making sure that the map pressure is completely on them and still wants to go in.
Yeah, he immediately uses the Primal Raven, the damage to push Shizo away. Zion Senpoi cannot stay there. And it's going to be an engage from Rippo. Trying to chip away the health bars to get the taunt. Loliel. K-Scout Gary, 2 inhibitors. Crushed in an instant. The no-go wants a bit more. Todak goes. Momo just respawn. They gotta use the Nether Realm to keep no-go alive. Can be pulled back by Momo. And now another entropy from Loliel. He is going in. Stunned up by Rafflesia. And finished off by Zion Senpoi.
A little bit of disconnect there because when Izanami was using the Nether Realm, Vinogo used the Winter Truncheon, so it's kind of like very bad layering there. So he did not really get the positives coming in from both. And then Loliel had the need to protect his jungler, which kind of feel like Loliel's health is much more important in that stage.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't meant to protect the jungler. I'm pretty sure Loliel just wanted to get a kill and he saw someone on low HP in the back and just stayed to try and finish it off. And then got punished for it a little bit. That will swing some goal towards Todak, but still not very much. Still a 5k lead for RSG. They've already built up such an advantage that a small death like that isn't going to affect them all that much. And they're still going to have control over all of the map because Todak only has 1 tower left standing.
I would slightly disagree because Loliel had 5 kills. So
yeah,
that's a
ordinarily,
big,
yeah.
That's a big shutdown goal. I mean, because the swing is like 2,000 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is like almost 2,000.
That's fair.
So now the Lord is going to get leashed by RSGMY. They got to be careful because this is usually where Todak finds their comeback. They find a good angle around the Lord fight, and then they'll just win.
Well, Shizo going on to Storm doesn't have the damage yet. Momo actually uses Daytona's welcome early on, cancels the channel, and now gets taunted. The Bloom to keep him safe. He also flickers to safety. Rippo now looking to join the fight. They get a Spear of Misery for the stun, and now Izanami leads his team in. Loliel follows up and finds 2 in an instant. Todak did not have the chance to respond.
That was a 5-man appraiser's wrath right there. Todak just all stacked up under the blade of Venogo, and so he was just able to heal up completely, take out most of Todak's HP, and force them back with 2 casualties, while also securing the Lord. This is looking very one-sided.
Very, very one-sided indeed. And Todak losing last vesture of the structure, flicker of shatter, killing spree for Loliao. RSG MY looking to stake their flag, and it's game 1 for the Army in Blue.
Looking like a completely different team here, almost reminiscent of the aggressive RSG MY that dominated the Season 12 regular season, and denying this first victory from Todak.
Winning game number 1 is big. The real question is, can they keep it up? Because I'm going to let you guys know, no matter how good RG is, I'll never say good things about them.
Exactly. I mean, they have to earn it from you, right, LaFell? They got to be able to close out the series first.
Oh, yeah.
Before we say anything good about them. But to be fair, I mean, doubts about Venogo definitely answered in this game, right? Connecting a bit more better than his team. When I first saw Venogo, was with Euphoria Esports from Philippines, one of the best tier 2 teams there. That entire team based their identity off of being aggressive and explosive. And RSG felt like a good fit, but it took a while for them to eventually find that missing piece. I guess Venogo in this game felt a bit more comfortable, right, compared to the previous weeks.
I think they were able to give a lot of like comfort heroes over to the players of RSG MY as well. Like giving the Faramis, which Izanami is always very clean with. Giving away Rippo on the Paquito, one of the more consistent overall. You got fans behind.
That's the RSG fans, yeah.
Very excited about that victory, understandably. But I think we gotta find out who the MVP of this game is as well.
And the MVP is going over to Loliel, man. Like, the thing about Loliel, he will win you the game, but he will also lose you the game.
It's a double-edged sword, right? Sometimes when you put too much eggs in the Loliel basket, that's what happens. But this game, 8-1-2 on the Natan, an unfortunate death in the Todak base early on. But overall, the fact that he single-handedly dominated the gold lane without external help, that is impressive.
This is why I worry about him, because he has 3 L's in his name. It's just how you allocate the L's.
It is
like
how
I
you
said,
allocate them.
He wins your games and he can lose your games. So he can give an L to himself or he can give an L to someone else.
Yep, and depending on whether or not he wins or he loses games, he can just go up to you and say lol. So the thing is, Loliel is always a player that can scale very well, alright? We know that he can be quite aggressive, he farms quickly, his gold per minute this game among the highest as well, 949 on a Natan. Shizo definitely needed to respect this a little bit more, because you gotta understand, like, there's no way Moskov is winning against Natan at level 1 and 2 unless you get like the perfect stun.
MAL begs to differ, okay?
I'm telling you, MAL has been poisoning me with really, really skewed statistics, right? Things I see in MAL are you can't believe me. I can make references to MAL, but don't take it seriously because it's a different environment there.
It's a different dimension.
It's a different dimension. Sometimes I see things in MPL and then I go in and then I cast an MAL game and I'm just like, what is happening in this game?
I would say MAL is the dimension that Nolan left Layla in.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just waiting for someone to pick Layla.
I guess so, yeah. Well, this was a very quick game. 13 minutes, 39 seconds.
Wow, 30 minutes and 14 kills for RSG, more than 1 kill per minute.
It's the fastest game we had today so far.
And 46,000 damage done by RSG as well. They were in control right from the beginning until the end. A lot of it was because of the advantage they were able to get in both the gold and EXP lane, with Loliel and Rippo respectively winning out. But also the fact that Stome and Izanami were basically denying Gary from getting any farm or snowball at all.
It's so hard to kind of just run at RSG because you have Fredrin frontlining, you have Netherrealm, and most importantly, you have this Edith, right? If you show up and the Edith catches you, it's just crowd control for days. Gary did not find any space to even engage in the fight. Overall, there's also, you have to also remember that Rippo, he dominated his lane, he dominated early skirmishes, and then Loliel was just having a field day farming up his items.
It's surprising because you normally would think that Barat holds his own pretty well against Paquito in lane. He's not gonna straight out win, but he won't lose usually, especially in the hands of someone like Momo. So RSG being able to eke out that advantage, being able to find these pickoffs, really helped escalate the speed at which they were playing.
I like the Edith pick here because I saw what Rafelicia as well as Msepoi were trying to do. They were trying to freeze the mid lane, making sure that Izanami doesn't get the farm.
Yep.
But it doesn't work against a Faramis as well as a
Edith,
just because Edith can clear the lane very fast. Just one Earth Shatter and all the minions are basically dead. You just splash out your Ghostbusters and then the freeze is denied, right? So I understand the idea that they were trying to achieve, but against those two, it doesn't work.
And because they had Rafflesia on the floor instead of a different like frontline tanky hero, it meant that Gary was oftentimes the furthest player in front for the side of Todak, because Momo generally was in charge of trying to find Venogo during these turtle fights, which meant that it's very easy for Storm to just isolate him by himself, and there's no one to really stop him from getting the full onward Earth Shatter combo to deny Gary any chance to heal up from his damage.
Yeah, even Venogo this game, I believe he was like, what, 0, 0, and 10, right? Deathless, he's just a full-on machine all on his own, and even then, he took lesser damage than Gary, which kind of tells us a lot about how this game is going for Todak. Gary trying to look for openings, but every time these fights start, there is just no way for him to be effective.
I'm gonna say something that will bite me back.
Okay.
But I'm ready for it, right?
All right.
It's unfortunate that Gary is one of the most expensive players here, but he hasn't been performing that well in the jungle.
Ooh.
The
spicy statement.
No, the reason why I'm worried about saying that is I'm worried that in game number 2 he's gonna pop off.
Oh.
Yeah.
So honestly, maybe it is better we do so, because I feel like we haven't gotten to see Gary really pop off since the start of this season, right?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of it we attributed to him being forced to play on like utility tanks, but even when he's playing on comfort heroes like this Alpha, he's not really getting the chance to shine. Like, honestly, it feels like teams invade and deny Gary a lot more often than other junglers.
Gary's been taking a lot of attention. No matter which team he's on, people will go inside his jungle. In Malaysia, it happens. In Singapore, it happens. I'm pretty sure if he plays in Bangladesh, it will happen too.
I mean, it's hard being one of the rising stars, a couple of seasons back, right? Like, he came in as one of the youngest and most promising players. You gotta be able to take some beating. Perhaps I think for Todak also, a lot of the wins you kind of had the credit overshadowed by people like Shizo having a great game, or Zyme Senpoi being the pillar of the team. Gary might feel like he's just there, but I think overall they work well together. Right? He doesn't necessarily pop off. But the acquisition isn't that bad. I mean, we're not in an assassin meta, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunate.
We tried for 2 years to get an assassin meta.
Yeah, well, I mean, the balancing team loves tanks.
They always say third time's the charm.
It's been 2 years.
I mean,
that's why we gotta wait for year 3.
They reworked an assassin. I guess that's good.
Though, to be fair, I watched the patch notes. Soon, tanks will be very difficult to play.
Oh, is that so?
Because a lot of additional items that basically has the same effect as Demon Hunter Sword. So more items like that makes it very hard for tanks to survive.
Oh, interesting. I'll be keeping an eye out for that for sure. For now, though, RGMY did a great job this game. We already highlighted Lolil's gold per minute earlier, 949. Not quite the highest, definitely, but up there. And having the highest damage dealt as well. Momo having the highest damage taken as the sandbag, and Stone being the best wingman. When Stone is able to play these catch roamers in a matchup where it's favored towards him, you can really see him pop off.
Yeah, the one thing we noticed about Stone when he first played in MPL last season was that the debut of this player, he is willing to make these initiatives, right? And I feel like it's something that is needed in more experienced roamers, where you are willing to take that first step, you're willing to set things up for your team, and him being the IGL for RSGMY, I think makes it slightly easier for you to make that call and follow up with it. And the rest of the team is connecting pretty well.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the Bash highlights here, brought to us by Republic of Gamers. You guys want to know a fun fact?
Sure.
Stone started off as a mid laner.
Oh yeah,
I do remember.
Right? I remember that. Yeah.
Izanami started off as a roamer.
You are correct.
Yeah.
That's why they work well together.
Yeah, because they know each other's struggles.
I don't recall that Zyme Senpoi has actually played both roles as well.
Yeah, he has played both roles.
Yes.
Yeah,
if you play mid, you just gotta assume one day you gotta play Rome as well.
That is actually true. I started with Roma, now I'm a mage.
Yeah, no, same as me. I started as a roamer, now I'm a mid laner.
Oh, we got a lot of historical data here. Interesting. This could be a trend. But what we did see as a trend this game was RSG just basically dumpstering Todak. Like right from the beginning, they won out every single lane. They coordinated well together. Todak didn't seem very comfortable because they didn't have enough damage, no scaling. And it was clear that they were in full look at this. Look at this appraiser's wrap. That's gross.
But gentlemen, I have to remind you, we're professionals here. No biasness. We gotta support Todak too.
I mean, we do.
We don't have to just praise RSG. They did well, but so what, you know? So will Todak in game number 2.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do hope so.
I mean, they historically, they've always been the ones that, oh, we drop one game and then we're going to make a comeback.
This is going to be a 2-1. We all know it,
We
right?
all know it's
Well,
this
is going to be a
I came into this expecting to go home at like 10 p.m.
Same. I already told my wife, don't wait up. Go eat without me. I'll be fine.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
You have a wife too?
No, not a wife, but
okay.
My family.
Sure.
It is something that happens, right? Because we are seeing much closer games, much more competitive games happening, especially towards the end of this regular season where every single point is so much more valuable. Like, they're really putting it all up on that stage, and that's what we want to see. Like, yes, we're praising RSGMY a lot because, like, this is a much improved performance for them compared to what we've seen previously. But for Todak as well, what Husky says is correct. They're a team that...
Less might be better.
Yeah. No worries. I know.
We'll wait for the conclusion to happen to see if it adds up.
To be fair, I think, RSG has spent, even before the season start, right, they made this promise of this is going to be their prime, right? If there's any time to show it against Todak, I think it's a pretty nice start to it, right? Especially dominating a team like Todak, who is currently, I think, on a lot of people's top 3 lists to win this whole thing, or at least make it to an international event after quite some time.
I can already feel it. Look at my hand. This is Ripo's hand right now.
Okay.
He wants the mic. He has to win this game to get the mic.
He hasn't gotten the mic for so long.
That is true. I mean, he has. Remember when SRG went up against RSGMY, the Smack Talk session?
Yeah.
He was able to hold the mic for a bit.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
But he wants to have more of that,
Will he reimburse the production? He can do a mic drop.
Considering it's here, like Udil has already done a mic drop, right? You gotta, gotta surpass that.
A mic troll.
No.
Yes.
You go inside your player's room, you get the monitor.
Wow.
That's how you flex when you have money.
You just break it over your knee.
That would be too painful to watch.
I don't know about that, Chief.
Well, let's have a look at the boys. Our boys, in fact. We got the mid laners here for RSGMY and Todak Izanami versus Zyme Sempoi. Both of which have long histories here in MPL.
Look at the damage. Look at the damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty surprising.
Boy.
Pretty surprising that Izanami ekes out by so much. I was expecting a closer deep average DPM between these two players.
Izanami's built diff, man. He's my boy. Almost 4,000. That was one point he did hit 4,000.
4,000?
I think it was last week or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he hit 4,000 damage per minute.
Which is crazy.
The highest in the league during that time.
I have always had a lot of respect for Izanami. Like, I know I like Zyme Sempoi as a player, but I've always respected Izanami a lot because he'll do what is necessary of him. This is a man who wants that victory, but he's not going to forsake his team to do it. He's going to enable his teammates as much as he can, and in doing so, achieve success.
What's this? Oh, it's a tank's job to protect, not to...
No,
what was the last one?
No, I think that's like... you don't... how do I even translate that?
The tank's job is to protect, not to have. Mamiliki is like to have. This is like for someone. It's like you protect the girl, but you don't get the girl.
I guess it's like you have to earn your spot as a tank. I don't know.
Well,
Malay is hard.
Let's see what Coach Fly Solo has to say. What did Todak learn from the loss against Homeboys previously? And Coach Fly Solo said, it's mostly for the trio mid, where every time the turtle is up, one of our teammates is dying. It's a good lesson to not give anything before the turtle is up. It's good advice.
Yeah, don't die.
But I kind of feel like that's what happened during game 1.
And then the coach like, guys, didn't I tell you?
We talked about this.
Don't die.
It's that easy, right? You
just dodge.
I don't know. People make dying look so tough. Surviving looks so tough in ML, but actually not that hard.
Valence. It's Valence and Sasa. Oh.
We got Valence up there along with Sasa having a nice... I miss Valence. It's been so long since we've seen him on stage.
The good old days. And then we see Neto over there. It's just like, yeah, I'm not joining the conversation.
Man, trying to figure out what happens if Novara gets banned later on.
Yeah.
I mean, we have the new analyst of SRG literally sitting in front of us.
Yeah. He can't hear us though.
No, I don't think he can.
I'd be very concerned if he could. Like,
maybe he has a superpower. Spider-Man could probably hear us. Superman probably can.
Superman
I know
can.
Superman can, but not Spider-Man, yeah.
At most, Spider-Man would like spider sense it, right?
Don't you know spiders have enhanced hearing or something?
But they don't have ears.
Are you trolling us? Clearly he's trolling, because I know for a fact.
What do you know for a fact?
National Geographic has taught me well.
Oh, okay.
What has National Geographic
that
taught
spiders don't have enhanced hearing?
Oh.
They don't actually.
Well, they're wrong.
Either.
They're wrong. They don't know.
Yeah, actually,
I'm pretty sure there's spiders around here that can hear this conversation.
I am more inclined to believe LaFell than National Geographic, you know?
Same.
Yeah. Like, LaFell's very convincing.
Yeah, after listening to LaFell, I feel like everything I learn is fake.
Fake news, man. Fake news. What can I say?
Can I get a diploma from LaFell?
All right. Looks like Dota, they're betting out the Natan. Making sure that that's a non-factor for this one, but the Roger is up. So Dota picks up the Roger now?
I think you have to, right? It feels like it's too good of a pick to let go. I think you
so why are they thinking about it?
What other power picks are left open right now?
Fredrin, Barat.
Fredrin, Barat.
Unless you want to go chip opening, but that's not a strong opening.
I would go for Roger, man.
Yeah, I would go for Roger too.
Starts
Yep.
All right, okay. Keeping it safe. Now, I don't think Todak is one of those teams that does the double fighter side lane. It's not impossible. They've actually done it before in the past, even when it wasn't the meta. But so far this season, they're not one of the teams that have tried it.
Just don't Claude. I don't ask for much. Use CC, go lane, even Ruby, I don't care. Just no. No Claude.
Even Bruno isn't that bad of an option.
Yeah, Bruno is okay.
It's more like whether you want to review it this early. I think you could go for Fredrin again for Venogo. He has been the Fredrin player for RSG.
Fredrin, Valen or something?
That could be. Paramis has already been banned out. So Valentina has slightly less priority unless they know for sure that...
wait, how could I forget about that?
Oh my goodness.
Wait.
We were literally saying what other power picks are there.
Completely forgot about the Matilda.
It's always banned.
Yeah.
We were conditioned to think that it was banned even though it was not.
Like it's banned so often it doesn't even feel like a hero that exists anymore.
At least I called out the Valen.
Yeah.
I mean, Valence is here, so...
We got Valence up there, Valentina here.
Yeah.
It was a sign.
It was.
Roger Novaria, maybe? Sorry, not Roger. Fredrin Novaria. Not Roger, sorry.
Yeah, I think Fredrin would be a decent pick.
I wonder if you might want to consider Loi Yi as well. It was banned.
Wow.
Oh, wow, okay.
Dying Farsa, okay.
That's we're seeing a lot of classic Farsa players bringing her back again. That's interesting. That's fun.
How do you catch up to a Matilda though? I mean, so far...
Wait. Yeah, Matilda against the Farsa, man.
You don't really have a way to catch the Matilda, but Matilda has ways to catch you.
It is bird versus bird.
Matilda's a bird?
Shout
out to Leo.
Eagle, you know?
Yeah.
Shout out to Leo, my friend.
Shout out to Leo.
Shout out to Leo.
The cacaw is great. Husky, are you gonna do the cacaw whenever we...
This is bad. I'm
no,
thinking
that's his trademark.
That is his thing, but we can borrow it, you know?
The Claude isn't bad going up against the Farsa, but I don't want a Claude. No Claude.
No Claude.
Just pick out the Barats and be done with it.
Or Lolia's...
Or Marcus. Okay, yeah.
Okay, Barat's not bad, yeah. Still can be flagged.
Flying dinosaur.
Yeah, Barat's Matilda is... Wait.
It's called a pterodactyl.
Wait. If there is a Matilda, right?
Yeah.
Is Ixia now a viable choice?
Honestly, you do have... I think it's still difficult because wait, which range is longer, Ixia or Farsa? If Ixia is longer, then yes. If Farsa is longer, then no.
No, I haven't done testing on
I
that.
think they might be kind of similar, actually.
If Farsa always feels longer because even at the edge of that feather airstrike, you still have the AoE range to hit it, right? Like the radius can still hit you.
I do think Ixia has to be inside the feathered airstrike, the ult.
Yeah.
I don't think anything outranges feather airstrike.
Minotaur.
Other than like global abilities, of course.
Novaria.
Yeah, except for Novaria, right? That's like the outlier.
Beatrix Snipes.
Yeah, that too.
Actually, I think Beatrix Snipe is still in range. Now that I think about
Still
it.
in range? No, I think feels further though.
Yeah.
Slightly further.
An option would be to go something like the Guinevere jungle. Wouldn't be too bad to catch the Farsa with.
I'd even argue, even Storm. Okay, never mind. Actually, there's a Matilda. I was about to suggest a Guinevere.
No, I feel like it's gonna be Ripple's job to deal with the Farsa. The spiders usually have a better time going up against the Farsa.
Oh, Yudong's already banned, so perhaps Lapu. I know he picks the Khalid also, but that was like last season.
You know what? Haven't seen Hayabusa.
True.
I actually thought that we had a chance of seeing some Hayabusa since they made it possible to retreat during his ult, but no, we still haven't seen it just yet. So far, the only assassins that have shown up are Nolan, of course, and then Fanny and Ling.
What about Ling? Oh yeah, I was about to say Ling. What about Ling?
If they really wanted to, they could put like a fighter gold lane. Like with a Ruby, you can catch like Farsa quite easily, and then you go like Ling jungle. But we don't think that's RSG style this season.
Honestly, I like it when RSG just dive.
Just go for a dive comp.
I like when they think about the consequences later.
You do it first.
Yeah, just do apologize later. Just like, oh, sorry, coach. I didn't know that was the outcome.
I mean, you will never know the outcome unless you do it.
Exactly.
But the question is, what is Loliao going to be on? Now that the prime options are all taken away. No Nathan, no Roger, no Harif, no Moskov.
Legit might be the Beatrix here.
I'm looking at the Beatrix angle. I think he's definitely a lot more comfortable.
Another one that we can probably give a shout to is maybe even the Melissa. I feel like Farsa can...
Yeah, Farsa straight up just destroys.
Honestly, Todak might end up forcing him into the Claude here. Okay, the Masha finally gets banned out. Definitely not quite often seen as before the Masha, but still very scary. Those one-shots are very concerning, especially when you have a backline hero.
Freya gold lane.
Oh wow,
that would be crazy.
Actually,
with
no.
the Matilda, right? You actually beat this Roger straight up.
And they just deny, like, the threat of playing Freya is that, like, when she's in, she's just all in. There's no way out for her. But if Guiding wins, it does remedy.
No. The Guiding Wind doesn't pull you away.
It pulls
you even more in.
All right.
It's like, oh, wait, Loliao can't join a team fight. Don't worry, take the Storm Express. So they'll go for the Paquito first. So this Barat's guaranteed to be in the jungle.
Ooh, they're leaving the gold lane to last. I sure hope it's not a Claude. It would be very boring if they pick a Claude at this stage.
It does feel like we are heading down that road.
Yeah. It does.
Like, logically speaking, Claude feels like the best option.
There are still things like Brody and Bruno, which do have some early game pressure.
At this point, I'll even take Popol and Koopa. It's not good.
But they all run.
But that's how much I don't want the Claude.
They all run into the same problem of getting in a two-tap by the far side, you know? Like, Claude is the only hero, I think, that can reliably get in and out of fights.
What's it gonna be? Like, if they had some kind of carry in the jungle, you could still go like Ruby or CC gold lane. And Todak lock in the turret.
Wow.
Igreal.
Now you cannot use something like a Brody. They're forcing this Claude pick.
Yeah, they are.
That is so much AoE coming in from Todak.
If not for the Farsa, I would consider Melissa, but I'm gonna go for the carry. Okay. I mean, forcing this carry pick is also good for Todak because I have Farsa, right? If I can just find this carry in team fights, it solves my problem.
Well, I'm definitely going into this game much more liking Todak's lineup. Like, their team fight is just completely stronger than what RSG brings. But RSG has a slightly more tools. If they're able to control the fight, by coming in from multiple angles and picking off members of Todak, then it is RSG's fight to win, but that means that team fight will be a little more difficult for them to execute.
Yeah, I feel like overall Todak has a more aggressive draft. So I'm on Todak's boat for this one.
Understandable.
I gotta agree, it does feel a lot more robust, and the conditions to execute it feels a bit easier, but we have to let the players do the talking. It's into the Land of Dawn, game number 2 of this best of 3 RSGMY against Todak. This time, we're gonna have RSGMY kind of having a draft that feels they can't go for that 5v5 against Todak. We just have to see what happens with RSGMY on the red side this time.
It is definitely impressive that a lot of us are leaning towards Todak despite the fact that RSG does have the Matilda though. Like normally that's just like almost 100% win confirmed already. But I do believe that recently Matilda lost her 100% win rate, so...
Yeah, it was on Noir.
Well, you don't have to call him out like that.
No, really. Matilda also lost her 100% win rate in MAL, so it's a global phenomenon.
Okay.
That is the only stats that align.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Matilda is a miracle waiting to happen. So we'll see what will happen.
There are 3 Purifies on the side of RSGMY, so they have ways to get out of all the AoE that Todak brings here, and if RSG is able to like immediately get an early game advantage like they did in game number 1, we could see this snowball once again. I'm pretty sure they'd be very happy to get the 3 points.
Oh. Wow. I guess... I mean, look at the amount of experience Momo is zoning away from Ripple.
Yeah, because here's the thing. You got to consider that Terizla right now is considered as a tank. So he has the buffs of the what you call it? The armor and magic resist. Whereas Rippo on this, what's it called? Paquito doesn't have.
Yeah, Izanami had to use the Purify to get out. Vinogo shows up, goes for the Gobble Up anyways. I think they have to damage though, pushes him into Replacer to get the stun. A Replacer will push him underneath the turret. He's just in range, he needs help right now. As Thoa will bring him out first blood for Vinogo.
Hey, Matilda creates miracles, all right?
She sure does.
That shield and that free dash, woo!
Saved him.
Vinogo should have, but no, don't.
I mean, Toda did every single step right and still got first blooded.
That extra shield was really the difference because there was enough damage to finish off Vinogo there if not for the guiding wind shielding. So Storm doing a great job there. Todak now transferring their rotation to the turtle pit.
Momo does have the ult and there's no gobble out this time for Vinogo. So Gary will easily get the turtle and Vinogo this time not going to survive. Rippo joins the fight but they need a bit more damage. Just an extra injection that was not present. Izanami steals the better airstrike, gets himself replaced there, wants to look for Momo, goes forward with the dash, runs out of mana and damage. And Todak looking to turn it around for Izanami will not escape. Todak finds 3.
Dude, that lack of mana hurts me. Because you could see he's like, dude, I just need to hit Momo one more time. Just one more time.
That was a bit too greedy there from RSG. I feel like once Vinogo ended up losing his life there, they really needed to back it off. There was no reason for both Rippo and Izanami to end up dying as well. So this is immediately going to give Todak a little bit of that early advantage they were looking for. And that's concerning.
Yeah, Rippo again, penalties don't go on him. Good footsies. But had to blow the flicker to avoid it again. Zyme Senpoi against Izanami. He steals the finish. Zyme Senpoi can fly away Izanami. One more shot. Does not land it. Zyme Senpoi outruns death.
Oh, that was exciting.
That was crazy.
That was exciting.
I agree. Like, how often do you get to see something like that nowadays? Considering that Farsa no longer quite as popular a pick. Really nice movements there from Zyme Senpoi, understanding the mind of a Farsa player.
The thing is, we have to remember that you can't stay in that bird form for a long time. You have a set period, but during that period felt so long.
Yeah, Izanami dashing to dodge the feather airstrike and then using that same ability. Crazy. I mean, the split-second decisions made by these players.
I love 1v1s, man.
Oh, Gary able to do too much. Slowly out though, needs help. Decides to take the guiding win. This is not a fight that you can win.
Yep, and right now, Vinogo finds Gary. So far, at least the junglers, not big difference when it comes to... Oh, where Rippo...
Rippo is just not having a good time this game. Zyme Senpoi collects the kill, but at least Izanami finds a trade.
I'm Things are still pretty even right now from both of these teams. There's a lot of bloodshed happening here around the turtle pit again.
Facia has only Venogo away from the turtle. Izanami though might be left out to dry. There's no more guiding way, so Shizo will go on to Momo. Flicker penalty zone onto Venogo. Stolen feather airstrike coming in from Izanami. The damage not enough to get rid of Reflecia, and Izanami finds himself underneath the turret. Todak ready for a dive. Shizo in their werewolf form. Lycan pounds to collect the kill. Momo gets delivered one.
What is up with the EXP leaders, man? Like, game number 1, Ripple did a lot. This time, Momo was like, let me get my revenge, coach. I deserve this revenge.
They're just taking turns at this point, and I feel like this match is taking turns as well because we're seeing a complete reversal of what happened in game number 1. Previously, RSG held the advantage from early game all the way until the end, and now Todak are firmly in control, even having a higher net worth lead than what RSG had previously.
It's so crazy that the adjustments is to allow assassins to be used, but I feel like this is a tank meta even more so.
Oh no,
that's a mistake.
No! Stole him straight out, sold him out to Todak.
Matilda makes miracles happen.
That's a tragedy.
I don't want to talk anymore. I think I've done enough damage.
Yep, they get the implosion. Well, Venogo still gets his purple buff at least. Todak, they are really speeding it up.
These three are so bulky, right? Todak has such a hard front line to have to break down. A lot of it is going to depend on Lolil, but he needs items.
Yeah, but Ripple can't really stay in the fight. As long as Momo is around, they'll attempt though. This time, getting rid of time standpoint of all people. But the damage from Todak is just a bit too much. They ended up still getting 2 at the cost of 1. This mid-tier 1 taken care of by Shizo. RSGMY could not defend the structure.
I mean, right now it's just waiting here for RSGMY because, like you said, Stafa, all they need is items onto Lolio. So basically, he's just doing his job. Once he gets his items, they just need to find opportunities. And what I was saying is that the adjustments is so that assassins can be viable, but they had to buff the tanks. And now, I know the numbers suggest otherwise, but the tanks feel more tanky nowadays. Because
they do.
Because
like they straight up are.
Yeah, because in my personal experience, it's easier to raise your levels than to get items. So in a way, you're mid-game, you're much tankier than before.
Yeah, leveling up is free. Getting items costs money. So it definitely is a lot more difficult to get those stats in comparison, meaning that now that the growth is inbuilt with leveling up, it's a lot easier to achieve. Oh, Venogo is still actually getting that retry on the orange buff. Well played there, but still a 4k net worth lead that RSG will need to overcome.
We will have the retry for this purple buff contest. Gary just already a level ahead, about to be 2. They gotta let this go. They did find Shizo, but not enough damage to finish him off.
Right now, Toda, they're in the lead, but RSGMY doesn't look like they're losing the fight just yet. It looks like they are still able. They're still able to protect their own jungle, able to protect their own lanes. Right now, looking at Loliel, he has 2 items. He just needs 1 more, then he can start being a headache for Todak.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest problem RSGMY faces right now is they just cannot shred through the front line. Momo, Gary, Reflecia, a little brick wall.
Todak definitely drafted this lineup very well, understanding that to counteract against the Matilda, as long as they have multiple heroes that are able to start and counter engage fights on their own, then they should be able to take the fight no matter where Guiding Winds pulls RSG into. And that is what is working right now for the side of Todak. Right now, their main goal is just to make sure that RSG cannot prolong this game, right? As long as they control and maintain this lead, it's pretty much already theirs.
Especially with the first Lord coming up. RSGMY, they have to deal with the wave in the top lane, and you can see Ripple and Loliel sticking together. And I kind of don't feel like RSGMY have a way to even get into this. They might just have to let the Lord go.
Someone has to bait out Momo's penalty zone because that is the big difference here for Toda against RSGMY. Yeah, looks like Venogo, he wants to try to go in.
And Seal, they're going to see Izanami first. Man has the Stolen Feather airstrike. Time is running out. They're not going to get there in time. Toda getting the first Lord, and Venogo might be in danger though. Momo posturing forward. And Toda deciding to just play it slow and steady. There's no need to rush this.
Yeah, Venogo secures his purple buff. For now, in terms of wave clear, unfortunately, in my opinion, RGMY doesn't have a lot of it. Like, Stone doesn't have a lot of it. Izanami is okay-ish. Loliel is okay-ish. Other than that, both Vinogo as well as Ripple, if they want to clear the lane, they're going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think the ideal for RGMY is to somehow send Ripple out to maybe split the map and maybe split the members of Todak so that they can maybe have a numerical advantage, but it's still going to be very difficult because it's not difficult for Todak in comparison to just split up their forces across the map.
So the Blade of Despair purchased by Shizo, so this man is going to be the judge, jury, and executor. Todak, they want this tier 2 and RGMY have to give it to them. There's just no way for RGMY to just walk up.
Yep.
Even Storm, you can only save one person at max.
Something that RGMY has to be careful of as well is the Feather Airstrike. The moment the Lord goes in, Zion Senpai can't activate it, and it will be difficult for them to defend.
You can still replace that, looking for an opening. Penalty zone, Momo catches 2. Storm able to get out now, counter. Feather Airstrike, Izanami able to get rid of Momo. This could be RGMY's chance. Gary on the mega kill, but Izanami finds 2 for himself. And Storm also gets a collection. RGMY defend the base, but they do end up losing one inhibitor.
It's a good trade in that particular situation because they do end up like getting 3 kills on their side. Looking at the damage rank, oh wow, that's like Izanami being on top is not too surprising, but Venogo being second is unusual.
You would assume that Toda is doing the most damage now, no?
Yeah, like
I mean, like,
it's because the tanky front line is taking a lot of damage, right? That's probably it. But we can see in the instant replay here, Todak probably overcommitted a little bit. They were too confident that with 3 tanky heroes, they could just stand under the tower. And while they did get it, they ended up beating probably a few more kills than necessary to RSG too.
It shows that Izanami knows how to play the far side as well because his Feather Airstrike was on point. And technically his only damage item here is the Lightning Truncheon, where sure Enchanted Talisman has some scaling as well, but it's more of a utility item. So that was just with one item. After this, when he has the Divine Glaive, it's gonna hit a lot more.
The only unfortunate thing is that none of the kills went over to Loliel, right? He got 3 assists out of that. Minor gold injection, but we're starting to see the damage the carry puts out. Todak's frontline, they're not as safe as they were a couple minutes ago. Second Lord will be respawning it just a bit in the top side. Good news for RGMY. The rest of the inhibitors are still up, so Ripple can clean up this wave and look to join with his team.
Todak are still definitely in favor of winning this game right now. They've lost a bit of the net worth lead they had earlier, but 4K is still pretty notable, 12 minutes in. Venogo's in position to try and contest this along with the rest of RSG, but Todak, again, lots of team fight. Can they come out on top here?
Loliel gotta be really careful walking up like that. Let the Lord reset partially. Izanami just got the Divine Glaive, so that those Feather Airstrikes, they are gonna hurt a lot more.
The only thing is, Momo is the key here for Toda. As long as Momo is able to zone them away, then they should be able to get this Lord. But the fact that Momo's positioning suggests that they don't want to zone them away. They actually want RGMY to move forward so that they can get a kill.
Very early Feather Airstrike, so that's one big ability out from RGMY. Izanami dangerously forward. Braces Rat baited out also. Oh, Toda able to push RGMY back, but at the cost of some crucial cooldowns.
As you can see, Toda could have secured this Lord, definitely, but they want to get a kill here. Their prime objective is a team fight. That's why Momo is not trading his HP too much, and that's why Momo is hiding in the bushes. He's waiting for RGMY to overextend, essentially. But RGMY understands this, and they're not overextending.
Yeah, I'm liking the respect that RGMY is showing in this Lord dance right now, making sure that they're keeping appropriate spacing. Ripple is going to show in the bottom lane very soon. That could be go time for Toda.
Yeah, you can see Toda immediately walking forward. Ripple gotta join as fast as possible, but no go. Implosion from Reflecia. Purify instantly used by Loliel and Storm. They hit the back though. Momo this time fight 3, and then the Bracelet Spread from Gary to follow up. Slam in on the Loliel. 2 dead for RGMY. Izanami needs to run, but Shizo chases him down and finds a double kill. Todak not done in the series just yet, as RGMY left with just 2. Ripple and Storm to keep the game in control, but Todak, they are done playing games. They won a game 3. It's Crystal inside, and Todak grants us the full experience of this best of 3.
Well, the longtime rivals allow their competition to flare up once again. Neither side willing to just sit there and be taken down this late into the regular season. We have another full series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
And you can see, Toda understood that the Lord was not a key to victory there. They just got to take a fight.
Yeah, there's so much crowd control. The layering is too much to bear. Start with an implosion to bait out cooldowns, and afterwards they follow up with a penalty zone. And then the Appraisal's Wrath as the cherry on top. Toda knew from the beginning that this draft can overwhelm RCMY, and they pulled it off at the second Lord fight.
During the draft as well, we can see a lot of respect going over to Loliel, and I kind of feel like that's the difference maker. And Loliel can be the reason you win or you lose, because in that game, Loliel couldn't do much for the team.
And I can't really blame him as well. Carry is not in a very good spot nowadays in the meta, and it's even more difficult when you have to play against so many sources of CC. So Loliel really just can't position safely anywhere to do DPS. Although RCMY did a good job of respecting Todak and keeping their space, they still had to do something eventually, and that's when the cracks in the armor started to form.
The only question is, what were the other heroes? I was thinking of Beatrix, but I don't know if anything else really comes close to fighting against Descom.
I feel like Beatrix. I personally would take Beatrix over the carry. I think you have a lot more options in these fights, right? But in another way you can look at it, carry feels like the tank shredder that they need.
Well, our MVP of the game this time going over to Gary. And it does feel quite there's something about it, because we were literally talking about
Gary. This is why I said I would regret talking about it. I didn't want to talk about Gary, and now he's the MVP.
It's quite impressive. Like,
legit, if anyone can clip every single thing that we said and then what transpires after that, that'd be great.
The more it happens, the scarier it's becoming, because it's so direct, it's so instant. But Gary did a great job this game. 5-1 and 6 on the Fredrin is a very impressive score, considering that nowadays Fredrin can get shredded if he's not careful. So yeah, props to him. Like, we want to see more of this gameplay coming from Gary and from Todak as well.
I mean, he also has a good support system going into a matchup against a Barats, right? Usually Fredrin struggles a lot, but in this case, because RCMY, Roma is a Matilda, it's not really a front line, and then they have a Paquito for an XP laner, you really only are relying on Vinogo to soak up most of the damage. And Todak, they just understood the assignment. If you can get Vinogo in an uncomfortable zone, RCMI can't really walk up.
Yeah, tanks just work better against fighters, especially in the lane. And looking at the items here, I was surprised that Momo does not have any damage items here. Like, you would see a Fury Hammer at least. But it looks like he doesn't need it to go up against Ripple unless he sold it, and I just didn't notice it.
That's the Rizzler. That's the Rizzler effect. Yes, his base damage is deceptively strong in his abilities, especially when he has this sort of like execute damage as well. I don't know. I mean, Terizla into Paquito is always an interesting matchup. I feel like if you are losing the Terizla in the earlier levels, something must have gone horribly wrong as Paquito.
Or the Terizla has hit all of his skill shots and Paquito has been missing all of his.
Oh yeah,
that can happen, definitely. Terizla is pretty scary overall. I did see that Vinogo's build, he actually went Dreadnought into Guardian. And I'm not sure if that's the build to go for in this case, because it is kind of greedy, right? Like, it's not quite enough defense to actually deal with Toda.
I feel like he made the same itemization just now, where his only completed items was the Guardian Helmet and the Winter Truncheon.
Huh.
Yeah, the rest is all sub items. So I don't know. I feel like my personal take after playing quite a few ranked games nowadays is that you get more defense by level than items. So usually you want to build these sub items to get the stats right. But now I feel like you have the stats already. What you need is the special passive of those items. So I find that in this current climate, it's actually a little bit better for you to just full-on complete your item so that you get the additional effect, because you do have your stats. It's enough. You just need the additional effect. At least that's my personal experience playing Rome in this meta.
I think it just beef you out a lot more, right? Like, you're just getting more benefits overall. I noticed at Ripple also he went for Tough Boots, Hunter Strike, and then he went into a Brute Force Breastplate and Athena. I personally don't know what to feel about that. I feel like if he committed to a full damage, sure, you become Glass Cannon, but a lot of times RSG just needed that extra punch, right? That extra oomph to finish off crucial targets on Todak. Perhaps that could have come from Ripple.
I also think that RSG could have tried to go for a different style entirely. Like if you go with like damage on Ripple, have him go to the opposite side of the map, create some macro pressure at least so that Lolil has some space to farm. But RSG seemed very insistent on like taking a lot of these direct 5v5. Some of them were because Todak forced them into it, of course, because Todak's positioning was very good and they basically didn't give them much of a choice. But there were also times where I think they could have at least tried to game the map a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of I saw Ripple following Lo Liao into the side lanes a couple of times, right? I was wondering if he was there to keep Lo Liao safe because they were clearing the wave together. Obviously, you don't gain as much economy doing that. You are kind of sharing the resources. That I find interesting. But I suppose Lo Liao also didn't feel safe around the map considering that their side lanes have been completely wrecked by Todak.
I feel like the biggest difference maker here is definitely the fact that this time RSG is not winning the lanes, right?
Oh, yeah.
Lo Liao does not get a 1v1. Ripple doesn't do well against Terizla here. And if I'm not mistaken, Todak banned out the X-Borg. In hindsight, that was an amazing ban.
Yeah, it does. It opens up for just a beefy frontline that does not have to worry about X-Borg diving a Farsa and having the peel comp. Even in terms of total turret damage, you can see that this game is just shizzle all the way. I win lane, I take the turrets, and every time RSG wants to defend, it's just impossible for them to walk up against this Roger.
Yeah, having this front line, having all this CC, having the artillery damage from Zion Senpoi as well. This was a very complete lineup coming in from Todak. And like you explained, LaFell, they were very smart with the way that they drafted and banned to make sure that RSG wouldn't have the tools that were necessary to play around it. Even kind of baiting the Matilda pick as well by letting it through on the blue side to lock RSG into a non-tanky frontline roamer.
What a smart way. This is the second loss for Matilda, right, in this season. So it's Noir and Storm so far. Pretty unfortunate. I think like overall, maybe for RSG, you pick blue side this time. Because they were on blue side in game number 1, right? Like if you want priority and you realize that Lo Liao is getting targeted, I think you take blue side and see what you can get for Lo Liao. You might end up forcing Todak to ban out both Harith and Roger if they have to, but you at least have one option to still fall back onto no matter what Todak does. Unless they let Matilda through again, which I personally don't think is going to be possible if RSG is on the blue side.
I feel like they gotta give a prior pick to Lo Liao because we see that given the opportunity, Todak will force Lo Liao on a certain pick. Just now to pick up the Matilda as well as the Valentina. In hindsight, maybe the Valentina could be a little bit delayed. Not because Valentina isn't a good pick, but just because I feel like Izanami is such an amazing player. He can work with multiple types of heroes. So just delay. He has more heroes in his pool compared to Vinogo as well as Lo Liao.
I agree. I think he's one of the more flexible players on the side of RSG, so allow for that flexibility to play as a weapon during the draft. Regardless though, we gotta give props. Todak identified their issues, identified the weakness that they could take advantage of from RSG MY, and just really focused on damaging that wound. In this case, Shizo is the rich guy with 785 gold per minute. Honestly, on the lower end, considering some of the scores we've seen recently, because honestly, Shizo didn't need to do much this game. Then we have Izanami doing the highest damage overall, Vinogo taking the most damage overall, and Reflecia being the best wingman.
That's crazy that Izanami, I mean, a lot of times you see he's always holding onto the Feather Airstrike, and a lot of these team fights, he's been one of the few reasons that Todak walks up and they were forced to be careful because Izanami is just bombarding them with the Feather Airstrike. It's such a shame that rest of RSG, they just don't have enough damage to shred through the front line. Everything rests on Lo Liao, and that last fight was just not it. The competition just does not allow RSG to fight Todak head on.
It's to the point where I feel like Izanami, in hindsight, right? I feel like Barats is an amazing jungler. Pick him up. If you don't, it seems like trolling. But even Marcus could be a good choice here, just so that you have that finisher. Because Izanami can deal the damage. You just need some kind of finisher. Because it looked like Lolio couldn't finish, Ripple couldn't finish, same as Vanogo. So Izanami can do a lot of damage, but there's only so much you can do as a Valentina.
I feel like that could be an option if, let's say, this Barras goes XP, right? Then the Martis, you need like a secondary front line for RCMY, which in this game is just not really present. Again, XP lane didn't go well, Gold lane didn't go exactly too well, and the composition just does not allow them to fight all these fights, team fights head on.
Well, we know that RSG likes the team fight. We know Todak likes the team fight. So if they're forced into a situation where they both have the team fight, then the team that just has better team fight abilities is going to come out on top. And in this case, just look at how easily Todak are able to layer their abilities, layer their crowd control, and completely zone out RSG MY from any control over the map.
Momo straight up the MVP with that delay penalty zone, really won them the game, right? Lolia was about to rip them to shreds, and then Momo kept him in place.
Dude, I mean, like, Momo's an amazing player, man. Like, he deserves the praise. And I'm gonna praise him much more.
Yeah, he definitely deserves it overall, but that means that we're going into yet another Game 3. We seem to be getting a lot of those now that we're hitting the later stages of the regular season.
The craziest thing is that
SRG is the last game, so I feel like...
I guess we're okay there. We're safe there.
At least.
Please.
Well, the one thing we're getting correct is definitely how all the series are going to go full, except for the last one, right? But the first one, 3 games, this one, 3 games. At least we're getting something right.
If the last one goes 2-1,
yo. If SRG dropped even one game, that would make headlines.
Oh yeah.
It feels like the balance of the world will have crumbled in some way or another, right? We will see. There's still plenty more to come. We still got one more game before we can determine who is the winner of this series. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of questions we have to ask. There's a lot of information that we need to know about. So I'm pretty sure
I see Rose with Ashi.
Oh, yeah, I can see them preparing for an interview over there.
I would say the crowd isn't as rumbling as I thought it would be today. Perhaps this third game is going to bring us that.
Maybe. It is getting very close. Like, we knew that this was going to be a pretty exciting game overall, but I am kind of surprised that we've gotten this far. So either way, though, we've got an interview being prepared over there. So let's just go ahead and throw it over to Rose. Rose, take it away.
Alright, terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. And sekarang game dekat 1-1. And with me here are the managers daripada dua-dua pasukan. Alright, please introduce yourself dulu from the side of Todak.
Okay, Assalamualaikum semua. Nama saya Ashi. Saya merupakan pengurus untuk Mobile Todak.
Okay, hi guys. Assalamualaikum. My name is Sulfi and I'm representing team manager for RSGMY.
Alright, so sekarang kita dengan dua-dua manager daripada dua-dua pasukan yang tengah main untuk perlawanan ini. Alright, so for the side of Ashi, kita tahu Todak punya performance this season is still not macam performance Todak dulu where dorang boleh sapu semua team, win streak. There is ups and downs. So sekarang, macam mana mental state of players Todak?
Untuk menjawab soalan mental state ni, sebab kita pun tak tahu diri player tu masing-masing lah. Tapi of course apa yang kita cuba terapkan untuk players, diorang akan standby apa-apa juga situation, termasuk dengan up and downs ni. So basically diorang very stable.
As from now, masih lagi stable. Everybody is still working together and discussing apa yang problem lah.
Benar.
Alright, okay, for your side pula, RSG side, kita tahu first few weeks were really rocky for the side of RSG, mana you guys were not doing as well as last season, and I'm pretty sure the public pressure was there as well. Macam mana players tengah cope with that, and of course we saw a lot of changes with the lineup as well.
So untuk lineup changes apa semua, we would still go back with the original main lineup lah, which is kita akan mainkan Repo despite dia punya busy schedule, and yeah, he's willing to commit even though dia akan kahwin tak lama lagi. And in terms of apa yang composure ataupun anything that's pressuring us, actually we don't actually take it as pressure as all, we take it as a challenge lah.
I see. Okay, speaking pasal Ripo dah nak kahwin, tak silap dia akan kahwin near to the playoffs if I'm not mistaken. So, being so close to the playoffs, apa preparation yang side RSG tengah buat kalau you guys actually layak dapatkan slot ke playoffs?
So preparation kita orang masih macam biasa. We would prepare as much as we can and akan mainkan Ripo juga. And Ripo pun dah cakap kalau dah lepas kahwin he needs to be back here as soon as possible. He will come back as soon as possible lah.
Wow, the commitment of Ripo to RSG. Okay, untuk Todak pula, kita tahu sekarang Todak is actually quite comfy in the standings. So with that, I'm pretty sure playoffs punya preparation sudah pun mula. Apa yang Todak has up their sleeves untuk tunjukkan dekat fans Todak for this upcoming playoffs?
Actually kita still ada secret weapon yang kita tak guna lagi lah, and then this job untuk Fly, Kuja and Nazim untuk initiate the plan untuk playoff. Jadi preparation yang orang kata apa lebih detail ataupun lebih kemas akan orang kata apa di-execute sewaktu playoff nanti.
I see. Alright. Okay, lastly, Ashi, anything to say to your boys up on stage sebelum kita masuk game ketiga?
Okay, untuk pemain Todak belakang sana jangan lupa kita ada satu motif je, kita nak menang. There's no room for errors. So Todak langgar guys.
Alright, your side. Last words for the boys up there.
So to my players out there, you guys can do this. We can win this game. Trust me. And yeah, I think that's all.
Alright, may the best team win untuk game ketiga perlawanan kedua hari ini. And with that, mari let's throw it back to the casters to start the third game of this series. Casters, silakan.
Always nice for the players to be able to get a little bit of support from the team staff right there. And we know that they are going to be needing it going into game number 3, which we're going to jump straight into here. No worries, ladies and gentlemen. No more waiting. We know that everyone's excited to find out who is going to be our victor today.
Happy that RSGMY back on the blue side. That is exactly what I want to see. At least you get to secure yourself kind of an option for Lo Liao, regardless of what Todak bans. Unless somehow they let the Matilda through and now RSG has to make a choice. But I don't see that happening, right? Faramis and Harry banned up by Todak just like game 2, and RSG also not making much changes to theirs.
I feel like they want the Matilda, give Ripo a tanky hero as well.
Yes.
Right? At least have 2 tanks, 1 Matilda, and then 2 reliable damage dealers. I feel like that's a very balanced comp because Ripo dealing the damage and only having the jungler be the sandbag, I think it's not enough. Because no way Matilda is sandbagging, man.
Yeah, nowadays, because like tanks are just generally tankier, and we're seeing like more fighters being forced to go into damage builds due to the reduced efficiency of tank items. The importance of having solid front lines is becoming a lot more prevalent, right? Because it's no longer quite as easy as just grabbing like, oh, a dominance ice and a Tina shield, and I'm already gonna be enough as a fighter. Right, so team balance is very fragile right now, and until we can officially figure out what is the most ideal distribution, we'll see what happens.
I like the Nathan ban though. You are forcing RSG to go for the Roger, which overall is still a slightly better option than giving Lo Liao the Nathan.
Yeah.
And that means that RSG, they lock themselves in. And guess what? Matilda is open, right? So if Todak now wants to snatch it, they can. They're basically leaving up to RSG. You take one, we take the other.
Yeah, Frederick Matilda right now, probably good.
Oh, yeah. Looks really good. Frederick or Barrage, right? Either or, you plus the Matilda, it does everything that you need with just 2 heroes. So Frederick for Gary once more.
Looks like they will prioritize the Fredrin here. It means that RSG does have the opening of locking in the Barats for themselves as well. We already know that it's a pretty good matchup into the Fredrin. So
I would take Barat Terizla, honestly. Take the Terizla away from Todak. Because with the Matilda as well, you can help the engage or, you know, disengage.
So they do take the Valentina, but this one has to be... It has to be a Barat at this point. And they don't get to say whether they want a Terizla or not unless they ban it in the next phase.
Yeah, I feel like Todak after this, they should target on Stone.
Oh yes, I think so too. I think right now for RSG, their hands are a bit tight with this Valentina pick.
Unless they pick up Stone Zero now.
Your team is
Oh!
Interesting.
But now they need a front line, right? You're leaving it up to the XP laner and the jungler. unless Venogo plays the Roger jungle, then maybe you open up like a CC gold lane.
I feel like with the Rafaela, some fighters will be quite okay here. For example, if Toda does not ban out the Martis can do well, especially because the roamer for Toda is squishy. It's not a tanky hero. Like, you gotta look at the draft of Toda. If they have one more tanky hero that is in the mid trio, I would say don't pick up the Martis. Maybe even pick up something like an Export. Export with Rafaela.
They're prepping for it. They take the carry.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so if that's the case, it does look like they... Now the question is whether or not this is officially going to be a Roger Gold or a Roger Jungle, because I feel like RSG can actually still lean towards having it in the jungle now that you have the Raph that somewhat make sure that he's able to clear out jungle quickly. You get the double fighter side lane, and then you can actually fight quite well into a Matilda lineup. But going for the basic comp still works as well.
I have a feeling that if you are RSG, you might have to consider banning out the Terizla at this point.
Yeah, you do.
It's way too big of a risk. If Terizla goes over the Todak, I have no idea how RSG is meant to win it.
Because I feel like Roger has a hard time going up against tanky heroes. One is enough, man. Having two, having three, that's a nightmare.
Yeah, having one that can be saved by a Matilda makes it harder. And Todak, they are just going to start targeting down Venogo's hero pool. And they're targeting the Barrage, right, which can be a great flex pick overall. Even this drafting sequence has put RSG in a slightly rough spot. And it all started from the bans, right? Then the Tan ban made life pretty tough for RSG.
Yeah, I feel like for Toda, even if you ban out the Terizla, they still have options like the High Loss. Because I feel like High Loss going up against Paquito is still pretty strong.
That's true. But we don't want Ripple to be on a Paquito, that's the thing.
Yeah.
We want him to be on a tank. So they banned Odette. Okay.
Odette banned. Interesting.
If there's no crowd control for Todak, does this set up for a potential Joy jungle for Venogo? Like, you just go full speed ahead, dive comp, get the snowball rolling.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, but Joy jungle definitely doesn't feel very good anymore now that she's lacking on that CC immunity. I'm not sure if it's something that RG will want to prioritize. If they really want someone that can like jump people, then, you know, there's still things like the Guinevere around.
If RSG keeps banning AoE damage mages, there's an opportunity for glue. The glue is good against the Brethren, and you're weak against Vexana, weak against Odette. So it's an option. If Toda reveals their mid laner soon, there's an opportunity for a glue pickup.
That is true. They did ban the Yuzong, so no backline divers. The only viable one are Benedetta and Lapu. I seriously think you gotta get rid of the Terizla right now.
If not, they're looking at the mid, either the Vexana or the Novaria, I feel. But I do agree. I would choose Terizla over both of those.
Yeah. So much more manageable, right? If they... At least you have the Valentina, which can steal abilities from those two anyways. They won't let the Terizla through though. They banned the Farsa.
The Farsa? Wow.
That's interesting.
Why would they ban the Farsa? It implies that they're not planning to go for much backline dive, which would explain that like Rippo probably is going to get like a tankier EXP laner. So I guess that makes sense. But there is still the Novaria open too, so...
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this. I mean, like, you can show respect, but I feel like just now, the Valentina was okay going up against the Farsa.
Farsa wasn't the biggest problem, right, that game. It was just the fact that Toda has so much crowd control. So they'll go for the Lilia first, so they're saving that XP lane for last. But if they have the Lilia, it does solve the problem. Oh, what if RSG goes to Rizla? Lilia solves it.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like very good foresight from Coach Fly Solo.
Although I do feel like this is a good matchup for Izanami because the Valentina does well against the Lilia because you can outpoke her and then you can take her black shoes so you can be very aggressive and you still be safe.
That is true.
Yeah, it's a get out of jail free card. Not a bad shout at all. RSG definitely does need some sort of front line here. A lot of the common jungle frontliners are gone with Fredrin and Barat off the table. We know that things like Baxia are still...
Beleric jungle.
Ooh.
Oh man, I would agree with that if there wasn't like a carry or Lilia, right? So they'll go for the Grok and the Akai.
This makes it even...
Wait, is this a Grok XP?
It's a Grok XP.
No, here's the thing. I'm okay with the Grok EXP, but if you're gonna pick up a Grok, why did you ban the Farsa?
Right?
Why ban Farsa?
I honestly, I personally feel like they forgot or they did not consider that Lilia could be the 4th pick, which completely ruined the chances of them even considering Terizla.
Maybe the Grok wasn't in their mind.
I don't think it was in their mind. I really feel like
they wanted something else.
This Lilia threw a wrench in their plans.
All right, I can see where you're coming from there.
Now you just go Terizla, right?
Terizla's good. X-Borg is not bad.
X-Borg is not bad also, yeah. Yeah, you just go Terizla. There's no reason to not go Terizla. This entire sequence was set up for the Terizla pick, and I'm very surprised that it made it all the way until the end.
I have no words, man. The only thing is like maybe Repo just doesn't like the hero. I don't know.
But you could ban it, I guess.
Yeah.
Like you're handing it over to Todak.
I feel like there's a lot of more heroes still open in the pool that could deal with a Farsa compared to Terizla. So we'll see whether or not this works out for RSGMY because they're going to be relying on Venogo to be their primary frontline once again.
I don't know, man. I look at this draft and it is spelling Todak all over for me.
Honestly, I agree with you. It's a very Todak lineup. You have Matilda, you got Lilia, you got Fredrin and Terizla to set up team fights. Things look pretty good for them.
Yeah, the stage is set. Game 3 between Todak and RSGMY. RSGMY back on the blue side, Todak on the red. And it's just one last hurrah to find out who will come out victorious in this long-lasting rivalry.
The Land of Dawn opens up once more for some MPL My action. And we can see that both junglers gonna be starting on opposite sides of the map here. So that could affect how the first turtle fight goes.
Right now, I'm really thinking like we haven't seen Akai for a while. Akai should still be okay.
Oh wow, he is putting in the pain onto Rafflesia. Rafflesia, first blooded. Very good connection from Izanami, getting the Purify out of Zyme Senpoi in this early stage.
Does Akai normally do that much damage?
Akai does damage based on his HP, so...
That's a lot more than I'm used to seeing at level 1.
Hold on. He has Thrill. He has Thrill. He has Concussive Blast. Maybe Rafflesia took the brunt of the damage of the buff.
It could be.
Maybe.
She's able to get the gold crab at least.
That's definitely not a good start for Todak. Like, when you have a Matilda and a Lilia, you really expect to have mid-priority, like, early game. So the fact that Rafflesia is already going to be a little behind on EXP because of that first blood could affect how Todak wants to play the first couple minutes.
Interesting here that Shizu is using the common emblem for the carry, not the marksman or the assassin emblem. So really looking to survive in lane. So he's already understanding that he's not going to have a good time going up against Lolio on this Roger.
Yeah, but still he is playing that wave pretty well, right? He's making sure that the wave constantly stays underneath his turret. So it would be a challenge for Lolio to walk up and take it every single time. There's always a threat of Todak getting a gank off Rafflesia. He's going to check this bush and just get blasted with tons of damage from Rippo and Izanami.
Yep, right now, looks like Momo already has his level 4. Rippo is going to get it off this minion. Looks like Venogo is taking quite a lot of damage. He has to be careful, but Zyme Senpoi is taking a lot. Oh,
hey, it's a flicker for Izanami, okay. A bit of a miss one by Rippo. Follow up on the edge. Horror Nature to get rid of Gary. Opens up an opportunity to take the turtle. Momo blocked out by the wall. Rippo ready to slam the totem in his face that stole him. Collects it.
A bit messy. But you still get the result. So, was it good? Was it bad?
Like, the engage from Izanami was a bit messed up because I get the feeling he's a little less used to the penalty zone flicker. But RSGMY still came out on top because I feel like Todak made some slightly questionable positioning errors, not respecting the potential damage that's coming out. Because you have to remember, RSG has a lot of early regen as well with the Rafaela, so it's not just the Matilda show.
Yeah, I mean, like, Matilda will have the healing after the Flash of the Oasis. The Rafaela has the healing just by
existing.
Yeah, just by existing.
Existing.
Yeah. She's just born that way.
Yeah, and she baptizes people.
Holy baptism.
That is the ultimate name.
Nothing beats the Gusion's old skill name. That's still the best skill name ever. Incandescence.
It is a great name.
I feel like I'm pronouncing it, but I never know if I'm pronouncing it right. Because in Malay, you can say ikan dances. Which means fish
dances.
Yeah, fish dances. Ikan dances.
Ikan dances.
Honestly, no one's gonna correct you.
Whoever thought of that name deserves a pay raise.
Yeah, even I don't know
Pay
what that word
raises?
means.
Pay raises?
Oh.
Multiple. They need multiple just from that one
It's a
name.
promotion instantly.
All right. Right now, looking at Rafisa as well as Gary protecting Shizo's lane. Shizo already has the Persian side. Zaim Senpai is getting punished quite a lot. This is probably the reason why Izanami... Maybe Izanami is the one say, ban these heroes, force him on the Lilia, I got you.
Yeah, especially when he got the first blood on Rafflesia, right? That does make Izanami's life slightly easier. Oh, see, if Toda can prevent RGMY from getting more bigger gold leads, and this still could be under control.
RC is definitely doing a good job right now, forcing out a flicker from Momo once again. They're being very active across the map, and I'm really liking the rotations coming in from Izanami and Storm here. They do still have to be very careful, because we know how Zaim Senpai can be when he scales up, but man, that damage.
And forced out the black shoes so early. And the fact that, Ripple is giving Momo a hard time doesn't make it any easier for Todak. They were able to force Izanami away. The Holy Healing keeps him topped up. Todak having a very, very difficult time to navigate this potential skirmish. Gary is going to go in, Momo, penalty zone, catches on the two Izanami straight away, finds himself in the back. The Appraiser's Wrath is just insufficient. As Rafflesia goes down first, Momo again blocked off by Ripple. It's been no-go zones away. Gary and Momo now will be chased down, and Stoem finds him again.
I refuse to say good things about RSG.
I mean,
they're doing okay. Okay, they're doing okay.
Understandable. Honestly, this is some impressive decision making that's being done by the blue side of the map right now. They get they get that turtle, get the top tower. Like, we were wondering about this Grok EXP, but so far it's working out really well. 2-0 and 2 in the first 6 minutes.
Ripple just got the Sea Halberd.
I mean, maybe this is his comfort pick, because it's not the first time he has picked up the Grok before. Going up against the Terizla, I didn't thought it would be that equal in lane.
Yeah, I did not expect the Grok to actually not only sustain against Terizla, but also damage the Terizla, right, in terms of trade. This is definitely not how I expected it to turn out, but RGMY, despite having a draft that theoretically struggles against Toda, they are doing so well. They're splitting up the battle lines, they're finding these small skirmishes and not allowing Toda to really play that team fight to their heart's content.
We were talking a lot about support systems and how well the players of the teams coordinate and communicate with one another. I'm really seeing that from RSG here. Again, the rotations are so good. They moved 4 people down to zone out Toda, got a free tier 1 bottom every single time they move to make something across the map happen. You know that there are sufficient human resources to pull it off, and I think the Holy Healing is really enabling speedy movement.
Let me just say, if Matilda loses this game again, next week it might not be a prio ban.
Yeah,
maybe
that could be a possibility, which I think is a good thing. And now we free up a ban for Red Side, right? Red Side doesn't have to suffer as much.
Because I do feel like now it's so weird. You think it's a small buff for tanks, but apparently it's a big buff. Now it's time for tank roamers to come back. We need real roamers, real tanks, not these fighters, not these supports.
Good God, I mean, Izanami is making life so hard. Zaim Senpai, he's holding on to that black shoes for as long as he can. Thankfully, Lilia defending turret, not a problem. Third turtle though, it's going to be gone by RCMY. Nothing Toda can do about it. They need time and space for Shizo.
Izanami is going to have such high damage dealt across this game because just look at the way he's moving around. It's insane how much poke he is outputting on the side of Todak. They're already being forced into super defensive stances, despite the fact that they should honestly have a pretty good team fight comp.
Look at where Lo Liao and Storm are. They are so deep in enemy lines. Gary can't even walk up.
This is not even Todak's jungle anymore.
They will be able to defend this tier 2, but I mean, RCMY, the posturing is utterly aggressive.
Yeah, the fact that RSG, once they get control, they don't lose control. I feel like that's a big thing where we see teams commit like into very bad fights when they don't have to. RGMY, they're poking, sure, but they're not fully committing to anything at this point. So I like the discipline that they're not just going, okay, you know what, we're winning, we're 4,000 goal ahead, let's force something. You don't have to do that.
It's just clean macro decisions from RSG.
We're getting to see a lot of discipline here. I feel like RSG has actually been able to take a lot of lessons to heart since the last time we saw them, and that's good. That's what we want to see from these teams. Ooh.
Attempted engage, Storm. Facer is not going to follow up with the second part of the circling Eagle. But most important thing for Todak right now is that they got to keep this tier 1 alive. If this mid tier 1 goes down, it's going to spell disaster, especially for Shizo, who is already having the map constricted onto him. There's not much space to work with already.
Yeah, and now, if RSGMY doesn't get it, I think it's still fine. The Lord is going to be up soon. This is a situation where they have to decide whether they want to focus down on the Lord or they want to try to get into a fight. They don't have a lot of ways to engage a fight per se. The only one that really can engage is both Storm and Rippo, but Storm and Rippo is like conditional. If they're positioned in a certain way, then yes, you can do it.
They want to go into Rippo, but he does have the power of nature.
Oh,
try to clear the wave. Able to clear it in time, but still the turret goes down. Good attempt by Rippo, but he's buying so much time for Lo Liao to start dealing damage to the inhibitor. It's less than half health already. And Storm always there to make sure that Lo Liao will be able to disengage. And RCNY now they reconvene at the Lord, and Todak are nowhere near it.
Great macro pressure coming in from RGMY. You could see the confidence. This is what they're capable of when they actually have control over the comp, over the map. Lolil on this Roger is literally 0-0-0. He has not had to participate in any single fight thus far. And I imagine that's going to translate pretty well in terms of farm.
Oh, I didn't notice, but the kill score is 5-0.
Yeah.
Oh.
It has been clean. And now, it will make a move on that tier 1. Finally gets it. RCNY have not had to make any big moves. And you can feel the map shrinking for Todak.
I do have to say, RSG has been trying the Rafaela for quite a while. They haven't had this big of a success before.
Absolutely not. This is like a massive difference to how they've been playing it before. I don't know, like, I don't think we've seen Venoku heavy spin yet, right? He hasn't actually needed to even use the Akai ultimate, and they've been setting up these kills just basically for free off of Izanami and Storm's poking. So Todak are completely on the back foot here. They've got the Lord pushing down bottom side, only 4 towers standing.
Even Ripple, right? His walls are a big pain for Todak because most of the members don't have abilities to go through terrain. They want to keep this inhibitor up. Storm manages to survive that circling eagle gets used. And you can see that Todak does not have the damage nor the durability to go up against RGMY. As Lo Liao collects 1 kill, flickers out to safety. Priority for Todak is to keep the inhibitor standing, and they manage to do so.
Storm's job is to make sure that the damage dealers don't die, and he's doing a good job at it. Healing for everyone.
It is healing for everyone. The thing is, it's not even that difficult of a job now that we're this... Oh my god, Izanami. That's insane.
Yes, the Black Shoes. Momo gets blocked off, had to take the guiding wind out. This should be inhibitor number 1 for RSGMY. Izanami continuing to terrorize Todak.
Excellent positioning there. Like Izanami jumping in to take some of the heat, take some of the damage so that they can break down the inhibitor without being stopped by Todak. Like, these small, minute decisions are being made with like full confidence, without hesitation at all from RSGMY. They have a 7k net worth lead now, 6-0 kill score. I don't think there's much Todak can do.
I don't think so too. Ripple, wild charge getting to, followed by the Holy Baptism. Momo could not move at all. Gary, appraisal trap and a follow-up. with a penalty zone. Todak finds the counter engage. A very much needed one. And Izanami will be chased down by the guiding wind, led by Reflecia. And Todak looking to turn the ties, finding 2 kills onto RSGNY.
Yeah, I need to stop talking too. It's the desk. It's the caster desk.
I don't promote violence. But at this point, it's almost necessary stop off.
I straight up said I don't think there's much Todak can do. And just look at what happened. Like, seriously.
I've been holding myself back by saying any of those kind of things. You need discipline. But now we got to look at Toda now handling the Lord fight. Able to get a no-go as well as Loliel.
No-go, he should be fine, but we have to watch out for Shizo. I mean, this carry damage starting to rack up. Toda will have to send someone to deal with the bottom wave. Loliel is actively clearing that mid wave also. At least RSGNY can posture for the Lord. Momo gone on though. He's going to be knocked up. Can't even move. Needs to get out. The healing is not enough. Izanami gets shredded by Shizo in the meantime. So Toda, they still have the capacity to fight, and Gary knows that. It's going to go for the taunt, and now the no-go. Heavy spin into the wall. It's going to try and pin Shizo down, but there's no follow-up. Shizo still able to escape with the Purify. And Gary receives the help of Reflecia to get out.
This is starting to become dicey for RSG. Shizo has actually scaled up quite a bit here, but they're lacking a lot of structural resources across the map because of the lead that RSG had built up until this point. So that net worth starting to dwindle a little bit. Now only a 4K advantage for RSG. They gotta take the next couple of fights very carefully.
Right now, RSG, in terms of the lead, it really shouldn't go to their head because, like you guys said, Shizo has the damage now. So their engage has to be a little bit more calculative. They got to figure out a way how to get onto Shizo, target him down, because if not, he will shred you guys. He will shred Rippo, he will shred no-go, and it's not going to be a good time.
And Izanami again. He's getting baited. Zaim Senpoi almost got him killed. Shizo, he's been finding these great targets, these great damages. This time Izanami will be topped up by Stoem at least.
I feel like this Lord fight may determine the game right here. Whoever comes out on top will have a massive advantage because that net worth will swing entirely.
And he's gonna stun Holy Baptism from Stoem. Completely showering Reflecia. And that's gonna be no Matilda. Zaim Senpoi forced the black shoes already.
I need to see Izanami's damage, man. How much has he been dealing throughout this game?
I know, right? That's my biggest question as well. Malefic Roar finally completed for Loliel, so he can start whittling down Gary and Momo as well. This Lord secured by RSG.
And Izanami, he's still continuing. This time, wall charge onto Momo. They still have the heavy spin, but they don't need it. The wall to block him off. RSGNY finding another kill. Izanami forcing out the Purify from Zaim Senpoi, and he himself has the black shoes. So much work for Shizo to do, so less space for him to get the job done. Izanami again back in the fray. Shizo forced to use his own Purify. Second inhibitor of Todak destroyed.
Ooh, I'm really liking the aggression from RSG right now. And you can see that after their previous blunder, they're making it much more respectful and disciplined on their next push here. They have waves, but it might not be enough. Todak doing a good job of clearing them.
Carry, get dragged away. Appraiser's Wrath is now used, and now RSGNY looking for the final blow. Loliel will survive. Rippo misses the wild charge though, and this could be an opportunity. Vinogo with a heavy spin as Rippo ends up getting taken out. Loliel wants to go for the crystal. He has the Lord to help him out. Loliel turns into werewolf form, but ends up getting killed by Shizo. Izanami want to chip in. The final touch is laid on the crystal, and the boys in blue come out on top.
Whoa, they really forced that down right there. And once again, Rippo takes center stage. It has been a long time, ladies and gentlemen, but the king of taunting himself returns.
My boys, man. I had to hold myself back. It's like, okay, don't say anything good about Izanami. Don't say anything good about Rippo. People know they're doing good. I'll just be quiet. It's their victory, but I feel I won.
It's a big win for them, big win for you also, LaFell. Especially when we said that this is probably the biggest test. They passed the test?
Yeah, they passed the test.
Yep, and with flying colors as well. I really want to see what they have to say. So let's just go ahead and let Rose take it away.
Dua berbalas satu. Dua mata untuk pasukan RSGMY sitting very, very comfortably on the leaderboard and giving them a much, much higher chance untuk layak ke playoffs kali ini. Hi boys, how are you all?
Kami berasa happy lah sekarang sebab menang macam tu.
Alright, so daripada minggu lepas, alright. So kita nampak minggu lepas Lolial perform dengan sangat-sangat hebat, sangat-sangat baik. Lepas tu first game tadi pun Lolial MVP. Adakah problem dalam RSGMY and whatever problems you guys had in the first few weeks sudah selesai and you guys are now very confident for the upcoming playoffs?
Bagi saya memang betul lah problem kami mungkin sudah selesai, tapi ada sedikit kesilapan lagi yang kami boleh improve sebagai as a team dan menang next match.
Alright, mantap. Okay, can we please pass it to Coach Sora? Hi Coach, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine.
Okay Coach, so kita nampak masa transfer window, you guys ambil EXP laner baru which is Born Z. Okay, and ramai orang tanya, kenapa you guys asyik ambil sub EXP laner? Kenapa bukan role lain? You boleh jelaskan tak kenapa dengan keputusan tu?
So keputusan tu perbincangan antara saya dengan management. So kita orang perlukan seorang lagi sub. So saya tengok disebabkan kami pernah try out Bond sebelum ni. So bagi saya Bond adalah best sub untuk kami semua kalau macam Repo ada emergency or anything. So Bond sesuai lah untuk for backup plan. Yeah.
I see, alright, very good. Okay, can we go for wow. Repo, look at your fiance. Wow! Dia ada buff hari ni tu yang boleh perform dengan lain macam, betul tak? Alright, can we please pass it to Storm first? Hi Storm.
Hello.
Okay Storm, last season you were playing with Demon Kite and this season you're playing with Vinogo. How strong do you guys think your current lineup is with the upcoming playoffs?
Right now we have the momentum to reach the playoffs, and I think even if we fell short in the first few weeks, I think we will be a contender if we reach the playoffs this season.
Wow, tu dia. Dorang sangat-sangat confident. Kita boleh nampak the entire team nampak confident dan juga selesa with each other. Okay guys, sebelum kita continuekan, korang rasa siapa MVP of the match? Nak dengar?
Lolil.
Wow, Vinogo. Okay. Alright, so how about let's look at the MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP perlawanan ini jatuh kepada ting Repo. Wow, Repo. Dah cakap kan dia ada buff hari ni. Okay, Repo. So, tadi menang 2 berbalas 1 lawan Toda. You guys actually secure playoff slot korang. And you guys akan lawan Bounty Esports next for your last match untuk regular season. How confident are you masa lawan dengan Bounty, dan kalau you boleh bagi kata-kata dekat Bounty, silakan.
Untuk Bounty tak ada kata-kata kot sebab dah menang lah.
Macam tu je.
Sebab tak nak cakap buruk lah. Kita tak boleh disrespect diorang. Kita tetap respect. Tapi dah jelas kita orang akan bantai diorang lah.
Wow, diorang confident semacam tu. Okay, last, Vinogo. Okay, Vinogo, this is your first time playing and qualifying for the MPL playoffs. First of all, how are you feeling qualifying for the playoffs?
Pwede Tagalog.
Pwede. Unang beses mo to na naglaro sa MPL, tapos ngayon nag-qualify ka sa playoff. So anong nararamdaman mo unang-una sa lahat?
Ngayon, di ko nga alam na secure na kami. Secure na ba kami? Secure na kami. Di ko alam, nakafocus ako masyado sa laro eh.
Wow. Okay, so dia cakap, actually, dia tak tahu dia rasa apa sebab dia pun tak tahu dorang dah masuk playoffs. Dia fokus sangat dengan gameplay sampai dah masuk playoff pun, layak playoff pun, dah tak tahu dah.
Okay, aside from that, how different is MPL from MDL actually?
Sobrang iba talaga dito kasi dito may pressure tas yung labanan ng coach. Pero pag sa MDL naman, talagang players versus players lang. Pero dito sa MPL, coach talaga.
I see. Okay, so I tanya, apa beza main dekat MPL dengan MDL? Dan dia cakap actually banyak beza. Sebab dekat MDL it's usually the battle of the players, tapi dekat MPL kita banyak benda yang kita kena consider, especially the coach, drafting, coaching staff, management dan juga players. Alright, let's give it to Izanami. Izanami, last words for your fans who came today and all of them look very happy with your win.
Kepada fans-fans yang datang hari ini, tak kisahlah fans RSG ataupun fans Todak, thank you sebab datang untuk memeriahkan MPL untuk season ni lah. Dan saya appreciate semua fans-fans RSG yang datang ni, walaupun sebelum ni kami nampak begitu struggle, tapi kami slow-slow dapat balik momentum kami untuk kamu lah. Thank you.
Alright, terima kasih and congratulations on securing your playoff slot. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Wow, wow, wow. Perlawanan kedua untuk Seru Saturday minggu kelima. Tapi bukan tu sahaja. Nanti untuk match terakhir, kita ada King Empire Esports yang akan menentang Selangor Red Giants. Tapi sebelum perlawanan itu, mari let's throw it back to the casters for them to analyze what happened in this best of 3 series. Casters, silakan.
Congratulations to RSGMY for a well-played game and well-played victory, and for Rippo to get the MVP of the match. I think he really applied a lot of pressure on both the Paquito and the Grok. We had some doubts. We didn't know if it would work, but this man showed us that it would.
This has officially cemented my belief that whatever we said on the desk, reverse curses everything, right? We doubted this draft so hard, and then it ended up winning.
That's the reason why it worked.
Honestly, yeah, right?
I wasn't even doing it consciously. I was just like, wow, on paper, this draft should not work, but I guess it works anyways. So, hooray.
So now that RSG has come out on top, you can like break your vow of silence, right?
Okay, let's talk about the build for the Grok. The Weapon Master is a Weapon Master and a Tenacity for the Grok.
Oh yeah, that's true, yes.
Right? Because this is the unique thing about the Grok's passive is that every point of physical attack, it will transfer to armor. So the fact that he has this, the thing is, I knew that the Grok can sustain against the Terizla. That one was not a surprise. The fact that Rippo won and kind of out-damaged Momo, that was very surprising for me. And it might be because Momo did not build any kind of penetration. And because we talked about this, right? Yeah. How I feel like, based on the changes, going full items first instead of making the sub-items is more beneficial. And because of that, that's the approach that Momo take. But maybe having that Fury Hammer could give him the edge going up against Rippo.
Also, a part of me feels like maybe from Momo's perspective, it's not really needed because at the end of the day, his target is never going to be Ripple, right? He wants to reach the back. It's just that I think even he did not expect Ripple to cause so much problems, not just in lane and trading well against him. It's the fact that in these team fights, Momo gets zoned out heavily by Ripple. If he shows up, he gets a wild charge in the face. If he tries to run away, he gets blocked off by the wall. And a lot of these times, Momo is not given priority on the Rafflesia Guiding Wing Express. It's always going to be given to Gary, given to Shizo. I mean, this RSG draft, maybe theoretically it shouldn't work against Todak, but
actually they have to look at what Hilda made, right?
Sure, I mean, you can't go for Grok, I guess.
Now, I feel like Stormy can use anything. So he can use Matilda Meat if he has to.
Well, one way to find out. Valentina it is then.
Ooh, okay. King Empire bringing something very interesting to the table. We get Sutsujin on the Fanny to once again show his carry potential. And Sasa on the Harim. So some really strong power picks for the current meta.
Now this really kind of like will be a testament of whether SRG has really prepped enough for this.
I gotta look at his Fanny, man. If this Fanny works out, the thing is, it's not all in. If the Fanny doesn't work, Vexana is there to clear the lanes very fast so they can go up against a very heavy push coming in from SRG, and then the Hari will scale up. So it's Fanny is good here, but it's not all on Fanny. Everyone else can do the work as well.
Which is what we like, right? What we want from KG. Not just put all your eggs in one basket. Only one way to find out game 1 of this series. KGE on that blue side and Selangor Red Giants on the red.
Oh boy, also big question, is this going to be the Attack on Titan skin on the Fanny up against the Red Giants of all things?
We were talking about
We
this
set
so
it
much,
up.
right? We set it up. I swear to you, Ross decision.
No, it's Asper.
I revoke my support. Boo.
That's
You
like
have
that.
one job.
Attack on Titan
Against Red Giants.
We set it up, and now it's wasted.
Looks like the players didn't hear us, unfortunately. We do see that both sides did end up starting jungle on opposite sides of the map. So Red Giant's going to be leaning towards that gold lane, King Empire leaning towards the EXP lane, in which Cram is already bullying Smooth out pretty heavily.
Huh, Smooth took his second ability. Yes, it's level 1.
Oh, wow.
Susujin. Oh, not going to be able to do too much here.
He does get the little.
I mean, take anything that you can, right? Because I do want to see what kind of player Susujin is. Because usually when you have a Fanny, you have different playstyles. One that you invade the jungle very, very heavily because there's a lot of walls there that you can abuse to dish out a lot of damage. That's number 1. Number 2 is that the moment you get level 4, you go to the side lanes.
Oh, yeah.
Number 3 is that you want to wait for your items and then you want to go in.
Susujin already level 4, going to be near the EXP lane to contest against the turtle. Looks like he's not gonna take the risk of trying to dive onto Cram instead. Most likely, they'll want to target the mid or gold lane.
Yeah, especially when Sasa has priority over Innocent, right? It's not like Yums is sticking by him 24/7, so there is an opportunity to punish Innocent in this early phase. With turtle spawning, and these Selangor Giants are putting some pressure, making sure that X-Wing does not get the liberty of hitting that 4. At least stall it out as much as possible.
Looks like Susujin is going to prioritize his purple buff first. And Yums is trying to delay this as much as he can, but Yums has to make sure that he keeps his second skill alive, if not, he's going to get punished.
Stolen Daytona's welcome, dodged by Slickeyes. And Slickeyes is going to go to secure the turtle, not a problem. And now the Stolen Daytona's welcome, Mini Baraz, and his Detto to go down. First blood for Cram.
Excellently done there. Again, right, the Selangor Red Giants. We saw that Stormy had the Daytona's welcome the entire time. He could have used it to deny Smooth the entire time, but had so much confidence that, oh, Skies isn't going to get caught here, that he saves it for a later.
And Susujin, yep, waiting for that opportunity.
Well, the 25 KDA might be in danger in this game. Because Susujin is on Assassin, and he's using one that he's not relying on his items.
And we can see that Innocent has decided to go for Purify as well, so he doesn't even have the luxury of a flicker to potentially get away from this Fanny. It's going to be a lot of pressure on the Red Giants to make sure that this Natan doesn't get hard focused.
I feel like Susujin can go for round 2, right? You shut down Innocent as much as possible. Or you can team up with Smooth to try and pressure Cram, and as Cram has been literally stalling that wave out.
Because I'm feeling Susujin, I think what he wants to do is get his Blade of Heptasis first and then go crazy. Because right now, when it comes to both junglers, technically they kill the camps roughly at the same time, but the mobility coming in from the steel cables make it so that the Fanny farms much faster. So I think he just wants a lot more GPM before he really engages onto anything.
Well, they catch the Kais. That's a lot of combos being used. Circling Eagle also expanded. Sasa is not gonna run into Sakai. Bit of a contest. I mean, SRG, they wanted to get the purple buff away. They'll come back and try for round 2.
Wow.
And Sakai tries to go for Sakai. Actually gets the purple buff. Now he needs to get away. Finds safety with the dash. Stormy, he's gonna be eaten up. Perhaps sacrifice. Yums will be attempt to save him, but the damage from Detto, not enough! Yums saves him, and Cram comes in for the pickup onto Smooth.
talk about the connection between Yums and Stormy, man. That was clutch.
We knew they're good mid combo, but man, seeing it like this again really cements it in. Firstly, the guiding winds to basically provide a portable Appraiser's Wrath was already massive. Not to mention Skies being able to escape at half HP, but pulling Stormy out of that situation, we have to remember, Yums was one of the premier Matilda players here in MPL MY a few seasons ago.
Now he's just gonna use that circling ego first. Cram looking for Susujin.
Ouch.
Able to force him away. He still gets the orange buff. Turtle for SRG though. And the only lane left that is under slight pressure is gonna be Innocent's lane, but I think he's doing just fine.
I mean, I don't know, man. I kind of feel like Susujin farming is great and all, but you gotta stop. At this point, you gotta try to get some kills, especially on Innocent.
Yeah, missing the Earth Shatter doesn't do them any good either. I don't think they would have enough damage overall, not at this point. But SRG just like that, through these more incremental decisions. However, 1,000 gold lead.
Up 1,000, definitely not a lot 5 minutes in, but it can make an impact, especially once you get around the timing of those first and second items, where there are going to be clean windows for the Selangor Red Giants to take advantage of and start fights against. So King Empire needs to be very careful about those timings.
I'm worried about Smooth though. He doesn't get to be in his lane. One on tier 1 gone already.
Right now, looking at the damage coming in from Beto, he can do a lot of damage on Yum. So Selangor Red Giants, they gotta make sure that they don't clump up so that they don't get a lot of damage coming in from the Eternal Guard. And Smooth tanking a lot of damage. And it looks like Smooth is letting go of his own lane so that Susujin gets the farm. But again, you know, I trust the players. They know their timings. I'm just worried it's a little bit too late when Innocent gets more items onto him that he can start fighting back against Susujin.
Yeah.
We can see that Susujin already can't quite roam the map as freely as he could a couple minutes ago. Cram has farmed up really heavily. They're chasing down Sasa.
My god, the distance that they can cover with the guiding wind is a good attempt. Sasa still keeps that Purify.
Yeah, the thing is, it's like a lot of distance covered and everything like that, but they didn't expend a lot. They already forced the Zawan Force out. So within this 30 seconds, if they want to fight, this is go time. This is a prime time to fight.
Cram, he shoved the bot wave and suddenly he's already mid. X-Win did find a catch onto Yums though. They need the damage to burst him, but Yums has to Purify and he ends up getting away. Now third turtle spawning just at the exact time. Susujin needs the purple, which means SRG gets priority and eventually will secure this turtle.
The rotations from the Red Giants still looking very clean overall. They understand exactly where everyone needs to be at what time to take advantage of the windows of opportunity.
And Susujin is going to try to get a kill at least, finds it onto Yums. And in the meantime, Sasa gets the top tier 1, so not all hope is lost. SRG still dropping some kills, and now back for round number 2. Susujin this time not able to get much done, but keeps that structure safe.
But I would say that was good cable management because he made sure that he's not all in. He goes in, but he already has one cable going out. So even though he gets taunted, he's already flying towards somewhere safe. So I like the respect that he goes in, that he wants to get Innocent, but he's fully aware that Innocent is not alone. Someone is there to protect him.
I think Susujin has been doing a very good job on the Fanny.
Oh my goodness.
Look at that.
He's probably just waiting for his items, and now that he has it, he's more confident to go in for the kill.
Yeah, all three kills from KG are on Susujin. Starting to become a threat to SRG, a legitimate threat.
I think this is probably the best Fanny gameplay we have seen so far this season. There haven't been a lot of Fanny picks, but this looks the cleanest overall. Susujin 3-0 already. I imagine he's got 2 items complete at least, and that means that players like Innocent and Yums are at a very big risk most of the time if even Cram can't actually survive it.
Beto right now already has the glowing wand, so he can deal significant damage against the front lines here. Speaking of front lines, Smooth taking quite a lot of damage, but Selangor Giants, they're not using everything on him just yet.
Oh, now they will. Entropy out. Smooth, not finished off yet. Yums doesn't have the damage, but they somehow were able to find Detto. Stormy retreats back to his team. Here comes Susujin to try and find the collection. The 4th kill for him, and it's Yums who goes down. That guy doesn't be done just yet. Another taunt. Stormy playing with fire. The KG forced back, and now SRG, they want this mid tier 1, so guys, another taunt, X-Win goes down. The juggling from XRG, just a bit overwhelming. And now coming back around, this time, so guys, way too good.
That's insane!
Inhuman reactions!
He basically read that. He knew where Sutsujin was coming, caught him halfway, got the taunt, and set up the double kill.
He's like, yo, I play Fanny too, you know. I know how you're gonna come in. That was an amazing taunt.
That is legitimately a display of skill and mastery from guys there. If that deserves like play of the day at least.
He got the knockout right as the cables expire. Can you believe it? This man. And I think the craziest thing was that they got a shutdown streak on a 4-0 Susujin. And now Susujin, he's gonna have to reset a little bit while Stormy going for the challenge was a bit underestimating of Susujin's capability. So Susujin finds himself another kill, a free one, in fact. Still know this Lord.
Honestly, props to Sutsujin. He's been trying his best to get some trades wherever he can find them. If not for these little kills he's been able to pick up here and there, the Red Giants would be in full control of the game already. And despite all that, they still have a 4K lead.
Oh, Conceal.
You believe it though, Conceal. Does you smell this? I think he do X-Win forward, only getting onto Sakai's, and that is not good enough. Innocent will find that kill, and now it's going to be the rest of SRG piling on the KGE. Sasa is not able to put on any damage output. X-Win and Detto removed from the fight. SRG extends that lead. 2 more kills secured, and Innocent looking for number 3. No minion wave yet, but SRG is waiting for the next to clear out this tier 2.
Felt like there was a bit of a disconnect there. X-Win dived very deep to get that catch, and then the moment he failed, the King Empire was just like, we gotta abandon you right now.
And Stolen Daytona's welcome. They're gonna go on to Smooth, and Smooth cannot react in time, but the damage just not enough. They need a bit more. And they get the flicker out of Smooth.
I gotta say, Slangre Giants is playing so well around this Harif because they're making sure that they trigger the Zaman Force and then immediately goes out. Like, we don't see them committing any kind of fight. The moment is on. Susujin is able to get the purple buff, and Cram dealing the highest damage on the CC.
Yeah. Susujin is single-handedly keeping KGE alive and afloat.
Well, interestingly enough, there is the tiny purple buff still left over there. Red Giants will probably want to deal with that if they want to make sure their buff is going to respawn. We see the Holy Crystal completed by Sasa. So again, very greedy third item to go for as much DPS as possible. The same build by Innocent, who is currently 2k ahead of his opponent gold laner. So a lot of this net worth just front-loaded onto the gold laner. Oh!
Susujin! Hey, able to get Stormy with the lethal ignition. SRG, they still want to fight this though. Detto flickers the safety. Susujin also on the retreat. Cram now not looking too healthy. Able to bounce out the guys. A taunt on the Sasa and next win. They eat their praise those grass. Susujin coming back in. This time getting in the stun.
Yo, what?
And Susujin gets out with daylight murder.
This is why we enjoy Assassin Jungle, man. The plays. Just the plays.
Sutsujin is legitimately the savior of King Empire. If not for him, Red Giants would have won the game already. Despite that, Cram still able to get a free 1-for-1 trade. Honestly, 1 versus 2 in the mid lane onto Smooth. Red Giants, the only threat right now is this Fanny. This is what stands in between them and a potential clean sweep.
Now, dude, this is good from Slangre Giants. They actually don't kill the little one just so that Susujin cannot do that. He cannot steal the buff, but that's impressive.
Susujin is fast. Like, we really don't get to see him play Fanny, but we really should get to see it more.
If the teams let him, I mean, SRG gave him a little freebie with this pick.
He needs to win this one because I don't think he's getting it again.
Yeah,
no
this
chance.
is his only chance. So guys, he's alone. Able to dash away though. Has the Eternal Guardian dropped?
How did he get that timing?
My goodness.
It's normally a straight chain from the onward into the Earth Shatter.
I think tough boots. You gotta be a bit faster.
Yeah, that makes sense.
With the Eternal Guardian, yeah. The timing can be thrown off a bit. But Susujin's angle right now is promising. Does Sakai see him?
Yeah, I think Sky saw him.
Innocent. Oh, he's gonna go for it. Entropy used.
Alright.
With the Lord dropping low.
Rush it down. Susujin this time. Not gonna get it. And X-Win might be sacrificed though. He's gonna be taunted up and delivered to Innocent. Lord number 2 for SRG.
Plays are still clean coming in from the Red Giants here. The only way King Empire is getting these advantages is by really opportunistic plays coming out of Sutsujin. He's currently 7-1. That catch in the mid lane by Sky is his only death so far. So he still has a lot of damage to be wary about. And King Empire really needs to play around him.
Oh,
no!
On the Cram. I think they have the damage. Stormy gets this revenge in the jungle. The best possible timing for a push to happen. Lord still coming down the mid lane, top lane synced up. Innocent working on that first. Entropy to try and push that away. Yum's doing the same. He brings that guys into the middle of everything to look for Sasa, and Sasa looking to retreat. Daytona's welcome from Smooth, but he's not going to be able to do much. Sakai still gets away after all of that, and Cram is already on the Crystal. SRG, they're fighting 3 different fights at a single time, and it's just overwhelming. Sweeping KGE in game 1.
Eyes on the prize, boys. The Selangor Red Giants know what they're here for. They're here for the win. They're here for the clean sweep. They don't care what they have to do to get it. An easy victory despite Sutsujin's best efforts.
I'm speechless, man. My mouth is just wide open.
Can you imagine? This is the best way to literally break a team. You give them their best and you crush them. The Fanny was what, 7-2 at the end of the game. And it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. Honestly.
It really wasn't enough. It can't just be Sutsujin, man.
I can't believe.
Like, he needs the rest of his team to do work. Sasa, you got the Harif. Make it work.
I can't believe Stormy.
Prove to people it's not old mechanics. You can still do it, but
I mean, even when you look at the XP lane, right? Smooth had to, I'm not sure what the comms were, but he had to leave his lane to help his team.
Yeah.
Most of the time, Smooth was not getting resources. Cram was taking turrets, taking waves, and at one point, Cram was running down the barrage. So many micro decisions from SRG that culminated into that win, which really felt like it shouldn't have been that of a landslide.
That final Lord fight, that is, no, not the final Lord fight, the final base push is something that honestly only the Red Giants can do. No other MPL MY team has shown that they are capable of splitting up a fight to this extent with a priority on the Crystal. Like the way that they're manipulating King Empire's positioning, distracting Sasa, making sure that they're not able to respond to the Crystal defense, even without the Lord. You just don't see that. I've never seen that here.
3 different fights, and one of it was the Crystal. And MVP, of course.
Subway.
There it is. It's Cram, our CC for game 1.
He's your.
Yo!
Are they showing Yoni in the cave?
Going cave diving.
I didn't think they would have contents in that book as well. Dude. I thought it was just the cover.
Well prepared.
If that was me, I would just come with the empty book, man. They put in effort.
They put in effort, seriously. And it's all printed in color, too.
Yeah.
That's expensive.
It has color on it.
But Cram, like, he doesn't get a chance to shine very much.
Support emblem. Interesting.
Oh.
Support
More
emblem.
healing from the passive, Embrace Mind.
Yeah.
And Festival of Blood, and Oracle, and War Axe.
Having Inspire as well, making sure that the cooldown is very, very low. This is an interesting build.
Yeah, Cram normally is the player on the Red Giants that doesn't get as much attention as the rest. He plays the utility role. He'll do what is necessary, sacrifice himself front line, whatever is needed to secure the win. In this game, though, he got the carry. He won out his lane entirely, 4,000 damage per minute, while also taking 4,000 damage per minute and having 100% kill participation.
Let me just say, we usually don't see this many damage items on CC. Usually it's defensive items. War Axe, full defense. He got the Hunter Strike as well, and the Sea Halberd.
I'll tell you the craziest thing about this entire game. Wait, so you only got 1 purple buff? That could be... That's not true, right?
Ooh, it does feel like he got at least 2, but the numbers don't lie.
Numbers could lie. Never trust numbers. That's what I always say.
Yeah, you know what? Numbers are not the most trustworthy.
Numbers, alphabets, cats.
Who put the alphabet in alphabetical order?
The Greeks?
A good question.
could be.
I do want to shout out Skies as well. How many fights was Sky's first one in at already low HP, one hit away from death, and then he just dashes out and survives everything? Like, we're seeing why he has a 16 KDA on tank junglers, because he just doesn't die. He knows exactly when to leave fights.
Yums wants to show why Matilda
is still a must ban.
Still bannable. I like the adjustment here. Usually we see agility and blessing of the wilderness for Matilda. He's adjusting with the inspire.
Yeah.
To compensate for the ult as well as the second skill.
I mean, we were literally talking about this, right? Matilda, the sample size between Toda and RSJMY is a bit too small. Matilda, at the end of the day, you still rely on your team, right? And you look at the synergy of SRG, how the heroes work with the Matilda. They must have practiced this to a T. The amount of combos that they come up with. When was the last time you see a Valentina steal Daytona's Welcome and not Eternal Guardian? And not Primal Wrath?
Honestly, I think we've been seeing it a lot this season.
Yeah.
Daytona's Welcome?
Yeah, we have seen a lot of tiny Barats eating people. Even tiny Barats eating the big Barats. Like,
this is Valentina's true strength. She's ever evolving. There's no meta that she like. If that hero is meta, Valentina can also be.
She's
meta.
evolving backwards into the Jurassic era.
Devolving.
You gotta do what you gotta do, you know?
We also saw Cram actually do the most damage out of everyone and was very close to Sasa as well. I'm actually impressed. Sasa did over 60k damage, but it didn't really feel like he had any impact this game precisely of how well Red Giants was juggling his aggro.
It's crazy. I think even in the early game, you can see Sasa, he was doing his best to put on pressure onto Innocent. Innocent's just chilling, right? He got a bit of help from Susujin, killed Innocent once, and for some reason, Innocent was still on equal ground with Sasa. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Like, this game, like, it could not have gone any better from KGE, and yet it was not enough.
The draft was good coming in from KGE.
You said it nice, right? You said it exactly correct. They can do the best prep, and yet it might not be enough.
Like, I feel for Sutsujin. He played an insane Fanny. Like, probably one of the best Fannies we've seen the whole season.
People sometimes give him flack, like especially when they lost to Homeboys, right? And they lost to Todak. We're like, man, what is Sutsujin doing? He gets his best pick and he becomes the only one who has a noticeable impact on the game. Man cannot catch a break.
You know why?
Why?
He wasn't Mikasa.
You are correct.
You deserve it.
Yeah, he deserves it.
If he was wearing Attack on Titan skin, then you take down Giants.
Yeah, it's a hidden buff. You do extra damage to Giants.
No, because looking at the draft from SRG, nothing here suggests good against Fanny.
And then you see Sakai do that.
Yeah.
Like,
and then you see Stormy eating him up.
I figured that, like, during the draft, the only real way they have to catch Sutsujin is Stormy stealing the Tona's Welcome. And even then, it's usually kind of difficult to target the Fanny due to how quickly she moves around. Not only did they catch her multiple times, like, actually no, only twice. They caught her with the Tona's Welcome once, and then they caught her with just the massive size of Sky's spirit.
Sure.
His aura, his overwhelming aura, his
He just stands there.
I would tell you the funniest part about this whole game was Stormy trying to 1v1 Sutsujin. Even though there was no way he would win, he still went for it anyway. So mad respect to Stormy.
All my boys like to take fights when they don't have to.
Isn't that just Malaysian gameplay?
That's why I did my boys.
I think this is Malaysia gameplay refined to the max. Basically.
Should I take this fight? No. Will I?
Yes. Because if they don't expect me to take the fight, they would not be ready.
Yeah,
exactly.
Honestly, it works, right? Because if Sutsujin catches Stormy by himself, Stormy knows that he's most likely not going to be able to escape. So why not fight back and lower Sutsujin's HP enough that he can not chase anyone else?
I know why. It's the law of the prison. You fight against the biggest guy there. And Sutsujin, the biggest guy there, is
like... If you take down the biggest guy, you break everyone else.
And that's what he did.
They completely...
They took down Sutsujin and then it's all over.
It's crazy.
Prison meta.
No, yeah, exactly.
Yep. Like, there's not much we can say about it. It was such clean gameplay. We thought maybe King Empire has a chance because Sutsujin was playing like godly Fanny. But still not enough. Innocent being the rich guy, 855, not the highest GPM, but solid. Cram being both the carry and the best wingman, so doing the most damage, applying pressure, having the most assists, And Smooth, unfortunately, not only forced to not be able to farm his lane, but also to have the tank damage for the rest of his team.
From a Benedetta to a Barrage.
I'm telling you, the Benedetta has been kind of like the pick that allows Smooth to do more than he can do on other heroes. Like maybe Lapu Lapu is a close second, or maybe Yuzhong, but Benedetta has always been the one that separates him from the rest of the hero pool.
I can feel Smooth. There's this one hero he wish was meta. Alice.
Oh?
His Alice and his Uranus was the start of his amazing career as an EXP laner.
Those old days.
Old days, man. Old days.
Well, let's have a look at the highlights once again. Because we can see that Selangor Giants again came out of the gate running here, getting some really clean catches, getting some really clean escapes, showing that Matilda is still worthy of being respected.
I just want to wait for that,
that
Sakai's moment, man. That one is so sick. Like catching Fanny is one thing, but catching her off the cable.
I think it's soon to be this one.
Here it comes.
Down here,
Here it comes. Look at that!
He dashes straight towards the Fanny.
Just eats it up. 2.8k damage.
They were not ready for that one. Like, who could be ready for that?
I mean, like, I'm gonna cable in. No one's gonna dash into me, right?
Any sane Fanny player will look at that situation and be like, there is no way I die.
Yeah. He's like...
And we can't even blame him. And then here as well, Stormy just waiting for the ambush with the Daytona's welcome at the perfect time too, when the Lord is pushing in. Sky's juking out damage, Stormy taking time away from Sasa, Cram on top of the crystal. It was perfect. Like, the execution is above and beyond anything we've seen.
An abomination.
Feel bad for Susujin.
Yeah.
Not Sakai's. Sakai's feels good.
Feels really
Guys,
good.
very good. He literally stopped her.
Sakai's feel strong.
He literally just stood there and stopped Fanny with his abs.
Sakai's feel strong. Sakai's Sakai's win.
I am Sakai.
I am Sakai's.
Okay, real question. What else can KG do going into game 2?
If it was week 6, they could have used Hellcurt. But you still can't use Hellcurt. You gotta wait one more week.
But then I remember back then.
Saber, nah.
Then I remember back then when Stormy played mid Hellcurt.
Oh, that's Stormy used mid Hellcurt. Stormy used Julian, and both of those were monstrous.
Also mid Grok.
That's why he picks Valentina, because he can be anyone he wants to be.
Yeah, actually. I feel like from the very start, I've always thought Stormy plays Valentina so that he can steal whatever he wants. But he will prioritize Decimate if it's
You know the
there.
craziest thing? The craziest thing. He doesn't even practice that much.
Really?
My rank and him is not far apart.
I know you just hit Glory, right? You just hit like 50.
Yeah, he just hit 50 something.
Him too?
Yeah. No, I think he hit 50-ish like last week. Everyone else has hundreds. He's just on the teens. And it's like, okay, now I got to get to the, tens.
It's like, KPI, let me just win some ranking.
Feels bad for the guy who, like, after years of playing, finally hits Mythical Glory, and his first opponent is Stormy.
Oh, yeah.
Right, like people
Stormy is literally smurfing at this point.
Right, like people would be like, oh, these pro players, we're not going to see them until we are like in the hundreds. This guy logs in, goes into a game, sees Stormy on the other side. What do? You
just go into the loading screen, you see SRG, Stormy.
And it's like,
you just curl up and cry, I guess. KG can't cry though, they got to win this game. They got to get at least 1 point.
What can they do? They got given power picks as well, like straight up. Let's take a break for a moment and look at the power distribution between
Oh my god.
How is
gross?
How is this fair?
16.7 to 4.4. By the way, 16.7 was updated from just now.
I've never seen a chart this big.
Yo, I gotta put this on Instagram. This is crazy.
Like,
Production, don't take it away. Don't take it away.
Sutsujin played so well on the Fanny previously. And we just look at him here. It's not as if his shape is even that small compared to like some of the other power distributions we've seen in the past. Sky's is just ginormous. It's the size of the sky itself.
Sky's the limit. This guy is literally a force of nature. He's a one-man armada.
This is
you look at Sakai's last season, you wouldn't be expecting stats like this.
You would normally think that 16.7 is enough for the average KDA to hit the tip of the hexagon, but then I realized that the reason it's not at the tip of the hexagon is because of Innocent.
No, here's the thing. If he was a damage dealer, right, getting a lot of kills, not a lot of deaths, and you get like on the teens KDA,
yeah,
it makes sense.
If that was Innocent, I would believe you. But it's Skies.
He's using stuff like Guinevere, Akai. Oh, dude. Okay, what did Sasa say?
We asked, is Sasa ready to defeat SRG? And he says yes, because Stormy, my best friend, is there. The Stormy, don't gank me straight. Be careful at mid lane.
I mean, Stormy didn't really gank him. Stormy ganked his jungler.
Yeah.
Gangster.
Go for the biggest guy.
Stormy just ganked whoever he wanted. It didn't matter.
I like how Sasa, I'll never forget Sasa saying that he's sick of Stormy saying that SRG is a better team. But right now, they are.
They're kind of proving it.
If it's a 2-0, he's going to hear about it some more.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. And remember when Sasa announced Stormy, you are noob?
I mean...
like a few weeks ago.
Okay, to Sasa's defense, look at Stormy's rank.
True.
Right?
Oh, man.
Right?
Sasa basing it off rank games.
I guess you can't trust the numbers after all.
You don't trust the numbers. This guy's straight on smurfing.
Even this head-to-head, right? I mean, Stormy doesn't do the most damage. He doesn't participate in the most fights, but the average KD is still so much higher. It's like, 2.0 higher than Detto. Effective damage. That's what I like to coin.
It's a notable
right?
difference too. Considering Stormy, I would definitely consider to be the more aggressive mage player compared to Detto. So seeing Detto have a higher DPM and kill participation is interesting.
I know
the
what.
Valentina effect.
In SRG, it's the race who does the more damage. So Stormy wants to go in, and then all of a sudden, Cram comes in, Sakai's comes in, Innocent comes in, even Yums comes in. It's like, I want to deal the damage. So everyone's just separated, you know?
Yeah, it's hard when they're playing a different game.
They're competing against each other.
They are their own worst enemies.
And also their own best friends. The way they cooperate and move around the map, we've already seen it is next level. King Empire, they have a lot of work to do here, right? Like, obviously all of these players have potential. They're all strong individually, but compared to what we've seen from the Red Giants, it just seems like such a mismatch.
It's hard because I feel like the way you take down Red Giants, you gotta surprise them. The thing is, they never look surprised. They're like, oh, Fanny, sure.
Yeah, I mean, we were just saying that, you know what? Diversify your options, right? Your win conditions. KG does it, and it still does not matter. Now, will SRG open the Fanny again? That is the more important question right now.
I feel like it would be a baller move to say yes.
They open the Fanny and then they beat it 2 times in a row? That would crush them. That would crush KG.
If Sisuke doesn't use the Mikasa skin, he deserves it.
But what if he uses Mikasa skin and still is not enough?
No, he's gonna win.
Okay.
That's the determining factor.
That is actually what's most important.
Skin diff.
Well, hopefully he didn't miss out on the event.
I mean, they have access to all the skins. He just chose to not.
True,
yeah. So he literally does not have any excuse.
He made a conscious decision to use Aspirin. Who uses Aspirin Fan?
When the body suffers,
yep.
For those that have it. I mean, I don't. Oh wait, do I? Maybe I do actually. I might have the aspirin skin for Fanny, and I don't even use that hero.
I know I only have the one for Ruby.
Oh, Matilda ban this time.
Ooh,
okay.
Respect.
So Harif then.
Right,
Roger's open as well.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, will they prioritize Harif or Roger?
Or Fanny. So guys, Fannies?
Oh yeah, that would be.
That would be amazing.
First pick the Fanny, KGE proceeds to all counter Fanny and still lose.
And then they show that it's actually Fanny Robe.
Yo.
Because
Yums
is there.
Yeah, Yums can use the Fanny.
Yeah, you're right. All right, sorry.
That Fanny revitalized Mikasa skin.
Yeah, Fanny revived Mikasa. He's a walking fountain.
Fanny
flying fountain.
Revitalized Blast of the Oasis.
Here we go. In true SRG fashion, we say, release the dog.
Woof, woof.
They released it all right. The fans instantly cheered the moment they saw it, and Innocent was very happy.
Who let the dog out?
Wow, KGE.
All right. They pick up the Barads as well as the Harif, so not a lot of changes here.
I mean, Fanny's still open. They can imagine if SRG just straight up Fanny's here. That would be crazy. That would be some psychopathic pick sequence.
I wonder if they go for Valentina again. Does they have access to the Daytona's welcome?
It was their last pick in game 1.
Yeah.
Now then go for the Fredrin. Yep.
Nah, they don't want.
We've been talking about the export.
Dude, just pick the Paquito now. KGE.
Do it for Smooth, man. Come on.
I mean, like, Fanny's cool and all, but you guys gotta win.
Yeah. Smooth. Baraz is cool and all, but not for Smooth. Just give him something that's more.
And then SRG switches it up.
Export jungle.
Exactly.
Ooh, not impossible as well.
Right.
Actually,
Right?
this is the second team I would permit to play Fredrin XP. Aside from Iris.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine Cram would be able to do a good job no matter who you give him.
Cram's gonna take a pure rage, support emblems on Fredrin, and still win.
Fredrin Petrify.
I mean, to be fair, Fredrin does use support emblem. And now, looks like they're picking out the Vexana again.
Okay, King Empire still sticking with the same draft from before. We're gonna need to see something pretty different for the last 2 picks if they wanna overcome what happened to them in game number 1.
Do you ban Valentina right now at this juncture?
That's the problem. Like,
I think you should.
No, if you ban the Valentina, he can use the Lilia. The Lilia is good.
That's
he can use the Farsight. He can use the Julian. I'm pretty sure he can use Sylvana.
I just thought of a great idea.
What?
If Fanny gets picked up at KG, there's another way to do it with Fanny, even without stealing Daytona's World Cup. Belleric.
Will finish off what was left
There we go.
undone.
There we go.
Belleric's good.
There we go.
Every
Belleric.
situation.
Yeah. I mean, they're young. They're kids. Last time I checked, kids hate greens.
I'm pretty sure if the green starts moving, you would be more afraid. I've never seen like cabbage, growing legs. They banned a fan in this.
I kind of miss the times when Belleric looked like a cabbage.
Yeah.
What would he ever look like a cabbage?
Actually, he used to be a lot cuter.
That is true.
He started with a cockroach stance.
A cockroach stance.
Right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Belleric was different before.
He's grown up now.
And then he became a man.
Yeah, after this, he'll become Bulbasaur or something. I don't know.
I think he looked more like
before
like
yeah.
He was before, you know? Either way, they do ban the Valentina. SRG did ban the Fanny while we were talking about greens. So we're not going to see Sutsujin on that once again.
Come on, Sutsujin. Belleric EXP. Wait,
Huh?
no, Jungle. Belleric Jungle.
What other assassins are there? Lancelot, Hayabusa, Ling. No, none of them good choices.
I think Sutsujin may be forced onto like tank jungle.
Barrage
here.
jungler.
Give him the Barats. Give Smooth a better matchup, I suppose.
Dairoth.
Ooh.
I mean, you can ban the Paquito here, I guess, or the Yuzong.
Depends on what they want.
Is the
They ban the
shortest
Yuzong, right? Yeah.
to ruination.
All right. Do they
Now.
keep Smooth's hero for last again? I think you just go X-Win's hero here.
I think considering that you don't know who the roamer on the side of Red Giants is yet, you might want to keep the roamer until the very end.
Lilia is open for SRG as well.
Yeah.
Stormy's pretty good with that.
So regardless of what KG pick, it is still susceptible to Lilia, right? Let alone when there's already an export.
It's a tough choice. King Empire really pushed into a corner right now. They're gonna lock in the Grok.
Yeah.
Go for comfort. Go for what works. This is the hero that X-Win gained fame for playing this season.
I actually like it. I think that there's a huge chance SRG are eyeing the Grok also, which would completely solidify this draft. So you take the Grok away, SRG still has some options. I mean, if they want to go Enchanted, there's Rafaela. We saw that from Storm. There is still the Tigreal, I guess, for Yums. Kufra, one of his signatures. We haven't seen that in a long time.
He could go crazy and just pick up something like a Cho as well, or
Oh, yeah.
a Kaja even.
Cho is good, Kacha is good. Deny the anti-CC from the Grok, catch up Barats and Harif. Not a bad choice at all.
Oh, they're gonna go for the Ruby and the Luoyi.
Oh.
Whoa.
We did miss out on the Luoyi. Have we seen Skies play Luoyi yet?
Not Sakai, Stormy.
Sorry, Stormy. Have we seen Stormy? They both start with S. I got confused.
Not that I remember.
I don't think
think so, right?
No.
That was the first time. Oh.
Well, Smooth does get his Paquito. Finally, this is the matchup that LaFeur's been asking for.
Well, it is going to be an EXP export, so he has an advantage. We just have to see whether he can use the advantage or not.
I mean, there's only one more chance for KGE. A chance to just stay in the series, in fact. Does this look better than game 1, draft-wise?
I think it's much more comfort now that X-Win has that Grok and Smooth has the Paquito. They'll be able to create pressure across the map a little bit more effectively, but they're gonna be having to compete against the diversion and the snowball potential. Note, Innocent and Cram are on 2 of their signature heroes too.
And let's see if SRG can keep that winning ways. KGA looking to break it, but it all comes down to game 2. SRG, blue side, KGA, red.
This is going to be a chance. The final opportunity for King Empire to leave a dark stain on the records of the Red Giants. The final chance to make a statement and show that they are capable of more than we have seen. Whereas for the Red Giants, it's just another day in the park.
Well, I gotta say, it is gonna be an uphill battle here because it's not gonna be easy, because especially after game number 1 where you feel like you did relatively well, it's gonna take a toll to the players. This is gonna be testing their endurance, their mental endurance, to be like, you know, game 1 did not go as planned, just reset.
I mean, we saw the buff being kind of aggro, right? Forced to take on a trip, go on a trip. They're gonna come and check this. They will see X-Win, who again forces the buff to go for that long rotation. So it does slightly delay Sakai's clear speed. Just able to get the Sasa gets it.
Oh, this guy's actually purposely not going for the orange buff just yet until he's sure that X-Win is out of the area. And see in the EXP lane as well, Smooth getting dropped very low. So Cram so far winning up that 1v1.
Yeah, Innocent, he's also very low. I think he went against Sasa in an early trade. Innocent!
Oh, wait.
Oh my goodness, this man!
What?
He really wanted that gold.
He's a lunatic.
Dude, that was very cool of him.
Wow, he timed that pound.
He's still staying. He's calling Yums over to make sure Sasa can't one-shot him, but this...
Oh my
goodness.
This man!
This is the kind of guy that has played like 10,000 games on the Roger.
Yeah. This is the kind of guy that you should be afraid of.
Fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 punches once.
He's the kind of guy the girl says don't worry about.
You're correct. That is exactly what it is.
Yeah.
You can see both teams now matching in the EXP lane to get all of their players up to level 4 before that first turtle fight. Yums and X-Win still a little bit away.
X-Win did hit 4 already, so there is access to Wild Charge. They want to get rid of the Faraga armor, but unsuccessful. Able to chip away Sky's help bar. Yums getting a slight pull. And KG able to force SRG away from the pit. Not fully resetting the turtle, so it does give a bit of chance to contest this. Here comes the last standee. It's going to be Sustojin that gets the turtle. Sakai is forced away. Cram also needing to flicker to safety.
It was good on X-Win because he stunned up Sakai's long enough so that Sakai's can't contest. So in a way, even though a lot of skills were going on, it was a pretty free objective for Sustojin.
Yep, really good timing, and unfortunately because of the fact that Yums was behind on EXP compared to X-Win, they weren't able to have access to the I'm Offended, which meant that they already were at a disadvantage in that turtle fight. This allows King Empire to get a slight lead.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
the
why?
full
There's
squad
so
is
many
here.
of them.
Sasa is not going to get out of this. First blood fed to Innocent. The goon squad of SRG.
They're called the Red Giants because before you know it, you just see a giant red blob walking towards you, and it's the entire team. Like, where did that come from?
I know it's not correlated, but I kind of feel like with this kind of performance, Selangor Red Giants force Red Esports to retire, man. Like, there can only be one Red. There cannot be multiple.
Such an off-tempo play from SRG, right? You would not expect a 4-man goon squad to show up in that gold lane at that timing.
Because I kind of feel like Sasa had vision of everyone, and I think everyone saw is like, okay, this is after Turtle. Some of them are pretty low HP. They're probably going to reset and then go back to their individual lanes.
I get it now. Lori Ultimate. They reset it and they took the Lori Ultimate. I think that should be the play, right? That should be the off-tempo play because there's no way you get back that fast with full health.
That's definitely what it was. That's why King Empire didn't notice the rotation at all. Okay. So that instantly shows us that Stormy knows how to use the diversion. And the Red Giants are already one of the most well-coordinated teams we have. So, terrifying.
Never let them know your next move, man.
Man, Susui doesn't even get his passive stacks. Mini Dino Barrage, Jungle Barrage.
Mini Dino.
Innocent is leaving his lane. He's ready to fight.
Oh,
never mind. They sent him back.
Yeah. Don't say it, man. You know what it does.
That is true. We gotta avoid like direct statements.
I'm sorry. Well, turtle contest. X-Wins is gonna posture for it. This time, the guys gets it, but I mean, King Empire, they do have the combo, but it feels like it's not enough. The damage from Stormy forces them to back up, and how did SRG get out without a single death?
Stormy, basically, that's the answer. Like, King Empire got a great catch. Like, all those guys secured the turtle. The Red Giants were really stacked up together due to the way they had the position to avoid being stunned up. But because King Empire had to funnel in to follow up on it, they all got caught by the yin-yang reaction. Oh.
Force the flicker out again.
That was a good side step too. Side step. Yeah. Okay, a few things that I gotta say. This must be infuriating for Sasa. The fact that he's winning his lane and he's dropped Innocent down so many times, still can't get the kill.
And the first play went to Innocent.
Exactly.
And now Innocent is ahead in experience and gold.
Deto had vision of Sakai's, but he couldn't hit his first kill onto him. He just casually stepped to the left or right. I don't know which is which.
He sidestepped it.
Sidestepped it, and then just, I don't know. This is infuriating if I was them.
Even the turtle fight just now, right? Like KG looked like they landed all the combos and still they were not able to get a single kill onto SRG, let alone, not to mention that they also missed out the objective. Well, Stormy's gonna arrive top with Yum. Same time the KG arrives, Stormy becomes the target. He's gonna have to flicker the safety as Susujin goes for the invade.
One benefit of King Empire Esports right now is that their drafts just straight up has more damage due to the way that they have Vex, they have Grok, they have Paquito, whereas Red Giants, Ruby as well as X4 don't really contribute too much until they have a few more items, and they do need to really focus on making sure Innocent gets his itemization. This, before Innocent starts doing damage, is where King Empire needs to really create a lead for themselves.
Oh no, I mean, it's infuriating. It is infuriating. Sasa, he could have easily got one more hit in, but he was so confident that the cannon could do it and couldn't.
Having that tower alive right before the turtle fight as well is actually pretty useful.
Deto is going to clear it. Sasa will get it this time. Slight delay, a small speed bump. Smooth might have a flank angle. He's in the bush. Cram is going to see him. They're going to use the conceal. Cram is going to eat up all the pressure. And they're all dropping low. Cram does have the last stand. The X-Win, Wild Charge hitting on the two. Yum's able to still get away. He's going to join the fight. X-Win becomes the target. Taken over by Cram, and Sasa just killed up by Innocent. And Innocent, he's not about to wait. Tries to go for Deto. Backs up a little bit. Receives help from Skies. And Stormy from the diversion from behind. This man flanking on the Loi to secure a couple more from SRG. And they ended up getting 4 kills and the turtle.
I didn't see that.
This is too much. This is actually too much.
He's Houdini.
There's a reason the ultimate is called diversion, but King Empire were just not prepared. Like, so every single member of Red Giants was operating at full power there. Like, Cram getting a massive blast insanity, Innocent dodging every single ability from Smooth by dashing in the correct directions, and then Stormy just finishing things off by coming from the flank angle. Red Giants know exactly what they're doing.
Sasa able to get away from that. No flicker from Yums, thankfully, because Sasa did not have his Purify. While Slang or Red Giants, this is still an under 2k gold lead, but just like game 1 is incremental, they are slowly stacking those bundles of cash.
I mean, here's the...
Ouch.
Stormy is dealing the most damage, by the way. And again, like, here's the thing. King Empire Esports, they're the aggressors. They keep attacking that lane, trying to get something. But how many times do they have to visit the gold lane to get that turret? Right? They're the aggressors. Slangrai Giants has just been surviving and just been getting those opportunities to respond. So it's really just Langray Giants not even really being the one to get a lot of things going on. They're just waiting.
Cram. And the Tam is not even in range of the wall. And Susujin, he now has to back off Sakai's. In the front line, Detto drops the Eternal Guardian. Watch out though for the rotation. Those things stack up. Sakai's big appraisals right, hitting 3 people. Sasa being one of them, and Innocent finds the opportunity. It is hunting time. Innocent under the turret, and again the reset. Innocent finds the triple kill. It's Yums to try and deliver him a maniac underneath the crystal. Innocent finds 4 in a row.
Is this too much?
What can we say?
There's literally nothing King Empire can do. Red Giants are playing a way better game than they could ever dream of.
At this point, I don't know who else can be the regular season MVP. It's team effort, don't get me wrong. That was 100% a team effort. Sakai survived there, still maintaining his amazing KDA. That's amazing. But the response after that is like Sakai soaked up so many hits, so many abilities. Now they're done, now they're over. Story me, Innocent, your turn.
The fact that Sasa got caught in the Fredrin ult was what began the chain reaction. So this Lord is 100% SRG's. I don't see how KG is going to contest it. How are they going to even stop Red Giants?
The layered assault. Under any other circumstance, Sky is being left alone 1v5 like that should be an easy pickoff. He survives everything. Appraises Rav half the team. I don't know what King Empire needs to do.
It's such a frustrating game to watch if you are a KGE player or a KGE fan, because you have literally done everything in your power and somehow it doesn't work. By the way, that diversion looked a bit
Dude,
juicy.
At this point, it's just unfair. I agree. This is leagues apart. Let me just tell you, this is...
Super Marco was right.
Super Marco was right. I mean, like, again, I have to emphasize, it's not just him. Everyone's doing well. But he, like, okay, people give him the opportunity to do well, and he takes the opportunity with stride.
He takes it above and beyond, let's just say it. Man knows his limit, playing on the edge. SRG about to knock on the front doors of KGE again, and this time it's for that series.
It's a very interesting trend with SRG because they never really have a massive net worth lead, right? It's usually like 5k max, and yet it's so smooth from them.
They get the pullback onto Cram. Last Sandy instantly used. Cram will be able to disengage, and well, KGE, they defend their base. No inhibitors fall just yet. Get to live on a bit longer, but SRG right now looking at a close to 6,000 goal advantage.
What does King Empire do now?
Start a new empire?
Start a new empire?
Okay, at least X-Twin was able to dodge that I'm offended. Because the thing is, I feel like Sasa can't really go in front and dish out damage. The difference isn't even that much.
He missed his window, right?
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference. Not even 1,000 gold difference between him and Innocent. The thing is, Innocent got a Maniac, so Sasa in terms of farm, he's not falling behind that farm, which is very impressive.
He's keeping up
if
well.
If anything, he's been farming faster by the fact that Innocent's only 800 ahead after their Maniac.
I just want to talk about an item. Okay, all right. How do you spell a K? This is not how you spell it, right?
I don't know.
No, coordinated. No, coordinated.
They might be coordinated in the gameplay, but spelling, not really.
Don't trust alphabets. Yep. They can't spell.
Innocent just bought the GDS. I haven't seen an item in a long time. But the movement speed with whenever you transform, that does add up.
Woof, woof.
Woof, woof.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just reacting to the situation.
Our job is to talk about what's happening in the game. But at this point, it's like...
You can only talk about Slaughter for so long.
Yeah. There's a capacity to that.
At some point, it doesn't feel good anymore.
Like, which is one thing to try to be neutral, but at the state of the game, how can you be?
Because legit, King Empire, if you're talking about the draft, the heroes' capabilities, right? There's a way.
Yes.
But the way that the players of SRG has been playing, it's night and day. It's the Earth and the Sakai's.
SRG were right. They were meant to play on the world stage after all. This is their last hurdle.
I mean, like, to be fair, Malaysia will be the world stage, so...
Yeah.
Yep.
They're already here.
We already talked about many times how Red Giants seems to be the team that is the most international worthy, basically in the history of MPL MY.
Oh yeah.
And we are seeing it right now. This is an outclassing that we have not witnessed for many, many seasons. No matter how strong a team has been here in MPL MY, there's always been a chance. There's always been a possibility.
I would say the last time I remember a team being this strong, it was one of the seasons where Toda was dominating.
Oh yeah.
Like they were leagues ahead of everyone else in the season, to the point where in the playoff run they did not receive a single loss.
18-1, right?
Yeah, if Selangor Red Giants can do it this season with 0 loss, that's a new record.
And they're doing it at a time where the competition is so much tighter, right?
Yeah.
Teams are so much more evolved. That means a lot more. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Toda, but just look at the situation and how things have evolved. SRG now definitely will crack that inhibitor. No questions about that. Yun's pull. Susurin gets the gobble out this time on the Sir guys. Where they spin him up onto the wall, and now Cram straight to the back. They want to look for Innocent, but they cannot find him in time. And Sir guys, he will go down the smooth. SRG cannot rescue him. Still, they get an inhibitor.
After all this time, Skies finally gets punished once. He's finally gonna feel an impact on his KDA. But even all that, Red Giants, they don't mind too much. They're just gonna slowly whittle down the towers. King Empire, their late game scaling doesn't even really compare when you have Innocent and Stormy disfarmed already.
I want to look at the damage again. If Stormy still does more damage, at least a lot of damage on the Cram.
Yeah, Sasa does a lot of damage. No Daytona's welcome yet. They put X-Win back underneath the turret. No follow-up from SRG.
The kiting is very good.
So good. The spacing as well.
Yeah, spacing as well. I just feel like they're very disciplined when it comes to the fight. Like, if someone says don't, everyone's like, okay, we're not going to commit. The moment someone says go for it, everyone just goes gung-ho.
I think it also helps that Stormy is also helping to make calls in the game, which previously is not something you hear often about him. I think Yums is doing the same as well. The quietest members are now helping to give that input. Look at the goal distribution. This is insane. Most of the goals that Innocent got this game were from objectives. And, you know, a big chunk from kills and assists. But overall, in terms of minutes, Sasa is actually farming a lot more.
Yeah, like Sasa, we always know that he's a very disciplined gold lane player in that he focuses on farming and scaling as much as possible. The fact that Innocent is matching up sheerly from kills and other objectives shows that the Red Giants are in control of the map. Ooh, enchanted from Stormy, quite late into the game as well.
Now another question is, I think this third turtle is a must contest for KGE. I mean, you can't let SRG just keep running away with this objective. You have to make a move. We've seen KGE take risks before, and right now this is the one that they need to take. Okay, conceal. They're gonna find Yums. And they kill him off though, blocked him off at least. Not enough.
Or they've just spent everything basically. They've used like 2 ultimates. They've used like a good amount of their conceal as well.
Now Yums gets to reclaim space. He has an immortality. He's not afraid of dying. Even Cram also has immortality. And Innocent, he's just walking up.
Innocent's timings are insane, and jumping out like that.
Wow, charge, Eternal Guardian, dodged by Innocent. Sasa though, he's got to be really careful in this fight. Looking for Zakai. The Princess Red slams on the Sasa again to get the Daytona's welcome. Is it enough though? It is! Sasa goes down again, and Innocent, the one to claim all the bounty. The head on the necklace, Innocent, gifted with another triple kill as Cram chases away the rest of KGE. Do you really need this Lord SRG? The complimentary prize at this point.
2 things that Sakai did in that fight. He predicted where Sasa was going to dash, appraised his rep onto it, so he hit him. And the second thing was when Sasa was about to dish out the damage, he winter truncheon.
Yeah, absolutely just crazy stuff. SRG, they should be able to close this out. I don't see how KG can stop this. Consumed by the red wave and embracing the wrath of the Giants. One last push, one last obstacle in the way of SRG. And KGE looking to stand strong for one last time. Stay afloat against the tidal wave.
The discipline too, not trying to force things. They know they have a Lord pushing down bot lane. King Empire is respawning. They're gonna wait to regroup and push in with the objective.
Looking for the coup de grace onto KGE. The wall not really in the best position. You gotta watch out for the rotation though. The yin yang combo might be the catch. Susujin, he's already whittling down. Cram straight up with the last standing. That's immortality of Susujin gone. Sasa needs to be the one that pushes SRG back. They get the kill on the Stormy, and now that's the combo that they have been waiting for. Sasa gets to show his fangs. And KGE, they're good for 2 at least. Cram, one thing extra, not gonna find it. KGE is still alive.
KGE doing a great job of holding on right now. Selangor Red Giants trying to push in, but not able to get the angle. And because they're grouping up, Deto is finally able to contribute with some damage here. A triple kill for Sasa. 3 members of the Red Giants down for at least another 20 seconds.
This might be it.
Is there a final push?
I mean, I don't think they can go all the way to the base, but I think they can get all the way towards the inhibitors.
I think so as well.
Just tank it, just tank it.
Yeah, Storm's gonna be back in just a little bit. Yums as well. Cram still 14 seconds though. He is far out. They will try to at least get an inhibitor. So guys, goes for the red tree. And they get the Eternal Guardian inhibitor down. This is the furthest any team has gone against SRG. Taking an inhibitor.
The moment SRG makes one mistake, man.
The late game
If
phase.
KGE does this.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
There is hope now.
There's hope.
Everyone hitting their maximum item build at this stage. Even though the Red Giants have been in control the entire time, the net worth difference at this stage not going to make much of an impact. It's all about that positioning, all about how well they're able to take these fights. Whether or not they can catch out Sasa once again. You can see that Smooth and Susujin are now focusing much harder on making sure that players like Stormy aren't able to dish out damage for free.
Update for Sasa, he sold his magic boots and now he has the Oracle. So it's going to be much tankier now. Damage dealt, Sasa is the highest. Second is Cram and follow up Stormy.
Here you go, Conceal. It's going to be spotted out. Oh! Broken by Stormy, but Smooth. He wants to go on for a bit more. Can't find anything. I mean,
It was a good
SRG
attempt.
Still positioned pretty well though. I mean, the top wave's going to start pushing in. On inhibitors down for KGE, so at the end of the day, they still have a disadvantage.
I will say that this game will give some very interesting information. Because when I did my rankings for the teams recently, I mentioned I had never seen Selangor Red Giants get to the late game before, so I have no idea how strong they are at that phase. We now get to see how they perform in that precise situation.
And Susujin, he has to use the ult to get away. This is the furthest SRG has been pushed. It's their limit. Diversion to the back. Watch out. It's Stormy and Innocent. Smooth. He's going to be caught. He had to flicker. That's the Sandy. Cram follow up. Yums also by his side. Smooth will survive this encounter. And Yums though, he's going to lose that immortality. Sasa though, he's in danger. Innocent cannot get him. But it's enough for guys to get the Lord.
Oh my goodness. A lot was going on there. Smooth had to go back because the minions were pushing.
Rose Gold Media literally saved his life.
Dude.
That shield.
That was a big shield, by the way.
King Empire, honestly, is performing out of their mind right now. Any single one of these plays from the Red Giants should have already ended the game against most other opponents here in MPL MY. So the fact that King Empire actually splitting their forces well, they were able to avoid and disengage from the diversion tactic coming from the Red Giants without a single casualty, means that they do have all 5 members alive to try and defend against this Lord again.
I want to see it, man. I want to see King Empire being able to defend this one, but I gotta say, as much as I want to see it, it's tough to do.
It's X-Win though. X-Win, he has to conceal as well. This could be it. Smooth is going to throw his body. They drop the full combo. Smooth loses the mortality. Yums in the frame of thing. He gets the pull back into Sukai and Innocent. And this time the Red Wave will drown the Empire. It shall fall. And SRG 2-0.
Props to King Empire for holding on so long. But the Red Giants demonstrate their dominance once again. The fans are showing their support, their excitement. The final big obstacle on their path to a clean sweep season has been dethroned.
Props to KGE. They are the one team that was able to push SRG this far, but far is not enough. They could not cross the finishing line.
Like I said, man, You gotta get good and you gotta get lucky, man. It's not enough just to be good anymore.
What an incredible game coming from both these teams. The Red Giants, I can't wait to see what else they have for us. But for now, let's throw it over to the stage with Rose.
Sekali lagi, 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh untuk Selangor Red Giants. Dan dengan kemenangan ini, dorang have secured number 1 slot this regular season. What an amazing game, guys. First of all, congratulations on officially securing number 1. No other teams can cut through now. All right, let's start with Cram. Hi, Cram. Kumusta? Okay lang? Okay lang. Okay, Cram. So, usually si Cram yung parang shy boy or yung tahimik sa inyo. Kanina nung unang game, ikaw yung MVP and madami nagsasabi na super duper underrated ka. Nag-agree ka ba sa statement na to? And kung yes, do you want to be underrated and more quiet para yung attention sa ibang lane na pupunta?
Wala akong pake masyado sa sa labas na laro. Basta gusto ko lang manalo yung team ko.
Alright, so I tanya, tadi game pertama dia adalah MVP dan ramai orang selalu cakap Cram ni dia ada satu EXP laner dekat Malaysia yang agak senyap dengan tak cakap banyak on stage and kalau dia main pun dia macam tak flashy sangat. So I tanya, dia suka ke main macam ni untuk elakkan attention daripada lane dia so orang lain boleh ataupun opponent boleh respect band lane lain dengan tak selalu geng dia. Dia cakap actually dia ni tak kisah pun pasal apa yang jadi luar game. Janji dia buat kerja dia dan tim dia akan menang. I like that answer. Alright. Can we give it to Stormy? Stormy. That game tadi was the longest played you guys, longest game you guys played this season. Tapi you lawan your ex-teammates Sasa and Smooth. First of all, how was it like?
Apa?
How was it like going up against Sasa and Smooth? Sebab tadi tu you guys menang game kedua tu agak lama tau.
Biasa je sebab kita orang have fun je tadi.
Oh, macam tu. Alright, kalau you boleh cakap apa-apa dekat Sasa dengan Smooth as your ex-teammates, apa tu? Kalau you boleh cakap anything to Sasa dengan Smooth as your ex-teammates, apa yang you nak cakap dekat dorang?
Good luck. Try your best next time.
Ada words of encouragement tak?
Tak ada.
Tak ada?
Tak ada.
Alright guys, so mari kita bincang pasal MVP. Korang rasa siapa yang MVP untuk perlawanan ini? Alright guys, MVP kita in 3, 2, 1. MVP untuk perlawanan ini jatuh kepada
Cram God.
Cram. Wow. Alright, Cram. Before this, you've not gotten MVP of the match yet. This is your first MVP of the match. Do you think that the opponents should start being afraid of you?
Think so.
You think so? Which EXP laner gave you the hardest time so far this regular season?
Wala.
Wala. Wala means tak ada. Ha. Wala means tak ada, guys. Alright, can we give it to Innocent, please? Okay, Innocent. In a podcast, Super Marco, world champion, guys, he said that the gold laner that presses him or gives him the hardest time on his lane is none other than Innocent daripada SRG. Do you think with this lineup, you guys can go up against the world champions on the international stage?
I think, of course, we can fight against international because I'm confident with my teammates and I trust them.
Adakah ini pasukan yang mewakili Malaysia kejap lagi dekat MSC? We're gonna find out very soon in the playoffs. Alright, Sekais. Okay, Sekais. Esok, you guys akan lawan Barracuda. Crown ni memang pas dekat orang yang pegang mic ke? Tak tahu. Okay, esok you guys akan lawan Barracuda.
Barracuda, okay.
Lepas tu minggu depan last match korang lawan Niners. So far you guys masih lagi memegang rekod tanpa kalah. Are you guys going to break history dengan habiskan regular season dengan tanpa kalah?
Yes, kita orang confident untuk membuat rekod baru to 0 all the time. InsyaAllah kita orang akan keep the momentum lah.
Wow. All right. Coach Arcadia, we need a coach for this one. Coach. So a lot of people are saying SRG is the team that looks the most ready to go up on the international scene. Do you think and do you actually believe that your boys can give a fight in the upcoming MSC if SRG is to qualify up against the Filipino and the Indonesians?
I think as a team, we're very confident that we can go up against world-class teams because, of course, we cannot say about our scrim results because those are confidential. But I just want to say that our scrims against top-tier teams are very positive. So we're confident going up to the stage against them. Yeah.
Wow, this is what we like to hear. Okay, so lastly, before I send them off, tadi masa I cakap dengan SRG kan, Becky cakap, kalau menang bagi I je mic. So Becky, apa yang you nak cakap? Kenapa you nak pegang mic?
Rose, kamu tahu tak apa maksud sebenarnya KGE?
Okay, apa?
Follow me guys. Kembali ke gua esok. Kesian doh, member baru nak keluar gua. Esok kena basuh lagi doh.
All right. Okay, let's wrap it up with Yums. Yums, apa yang Yums nak cakap kepada Ultras yang datang hari ini? You boleh nampak ramai orang yang datang sokong korang.
Terima kasih semua sebab datang. Pick aku. Apa korang, kita orang takkan menang ah.
Wow! All right, congratulations once again on your win. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Wow. Seru Saturday yang sangat-sangat seru sebab dengan kemenangan ni, Selangor Red Giants have officially locked in the #1 slot this regular season and no other teams can cut through. But before we wrap up our day, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu macam mana Selangor Red Giants dapat menang 2-0 sekali lagi. Casters, silakan.
Man, it seems like the Red Giants are not just strong in the land of dawn, but strong with the mic as well. Congratulations to them for officially securing the #1 spot of Season 13. Their journey's not over yet. They're still looking for that clean sweep, but with Cram getting MVP of the match, I think that means that every member of the Red Giants has now officially been MVP once.
Yeah, Cram was the missing piece. He was the missing piece to the infinity gauntlet of MVP titles. And now they have completed every single cycle. I don't think any team in the history of MPL has had all of their players called an MVP in the regular season. And here it is, SRG making records one game at a time.
I gotta say, man, like, what else can we say? This is unfair. I feel like all of their games are worthy to be having like a big deep dive in every single micro decisions that they make.
Yeah, I think the craziest thing was that we saw how every time there is minor pushback, there's minor resistance from their opponents, they switch it up and it just gets, and they ramp it up more and more. It gets more and more intense, and every single adaptation that SRG is able to concoct becomes a solution to their problems. KG got a great base defense. Sasa was finally showing up, and SRG remedied that in the next 3 minutes.
In this game, Innocent still didn't die.
Crazy, man.
What's his KDA now? 12-0-4?
Oh my goodness.
He didn't die in the game 1. It was like 6-0 something.
Did he died. Did he die? I think he died like once or twice.
With Sisajin.
He died from the fanny, yeah. He died like twice. Once or twice.
Wait, it was 4-2 something. Yeah. I got
but
it
either way,
it's
still gonna be like 20 something.
I think it
number.
could be more, like because if it's 12-4 now and then like 4 kills earlier, that's like 20 divide 2. He could be 30 plus.
No vote is necessary. 5-2.
Game one,
dedicated
game one,
previous
5-2.
But here's the thing. I feel like it's no longer necessary to have a vote for the regular season MVP.
Yeah.
At this point, just let the numbers speak for themselves. Even though we don't believe in numbers.
Yeah,
Stormy did more damage than Innocent.
This is madness. This is actually madness. Cram did more damage than Innocent.
Innocent's not that great.
Innocent does the damage that counts. The last hits mainly.
He doesn't have to do much damage because every time he damages someone, the guy dies, you know, so don't get to rack up the numbers. Though I would say props to KGE, despite everything, despite the odds stacked against them, they still managed to push SRG to this ultra late stage of the game. No other teams have ever done it. And KGE, I think, is a fitting team to really put SRG to the test.
Dude, this playoffs is going to be interesting.
It is.
Usually number one don't do well. Usually. They might change it.
But when there's such a big gap between their performance and everyone else, it does make you sad a little bit that we don't get to see SRG go up against Homeboys now. Because it's clear that towards the earlier stages of the season, Homeboys were still figuring things out. I imagine that matchup would be legendary at this point.
You know what? I think Homeboys in their current form, they're going to have quite a journey in their playoffs. And perhaps we are going to eventually see them meet again, right? And this time, both teams at full power. Who knows? It might be the grand finals. That would be the completion of a cycle for the season.
I mean, I don't know. Homeboys wants that back-to-back champion, man. But
SRG wants their first.
Going up against SRG that's looking like this, if I'm Homeboys, I'm sweating a sauna.
I'm not even playing against them and I'm sweating.
I watch how they play and I'm sweating.
I sweat a lot.
All we need to do is exist next to them and we just sweat up a storm.
Yeah, I mean, they were behind us, right? Like we literally were surrounded by the ultras.
My shoes is off.
Oh, they are?
Oh, wow, they are.
Yeah.
Like,
that's how sweaty
He is actually being serious.
It was so sweaty, like my shoes came off.
Your shoes are just like flooded right now.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yes.
I need to let my boys breathe.
I don't blame you. I imagine King Empire would be feeling a similar situation because they did do a great job. Honestly, I think their gameplay was pretty clean. They knew what they wanted. They tried their best. They really put a lot of effort into defending, into prolonging the game. But the Red Giants, their ability to identify different angles, to figure out different ways to take a fight, to adapt to the state of the game, as well as their individual trust in one another, and their micro mechanics on every single player has reached a peak here in MPL MY.
The fact that Innocent is the only goal laner who would do something as psychopathic as staying in lane with literally 1 HP against Harif, and somehow uses Lycan Pulse to eat the whole wave and survive. I don't know how you do that. I really don't know.
He used his transformation to get some extra shield and some slight healing from that, and that's what kept him alive from the edge of the Synchro Vision.
Who would stay in lane after that? You would reset, right? Like Innocent, he's the one guy that gets away with a greedy play. I'll tell you that.
I mean, like, to be fair, he called Humes and Humes gave him enough space, but I still agree. That was an insane play. At that point, I would just be like, it's okay, you guys can take my minions. I'm not gonna take it.
Yeah, it's like if Sasa can't kill us, even Sasa is like, he deserves to live at this point. I've tried my best.
I still remember how in past seasons I felt like Stormy as a player was a little bit of like a mad genius kind of situation. He'll play whatever, he'll perform no matter what. And I feel like he has found a team of mad geniuses. All of them are insane in the best way possible.
He's mad now. He's just mad.
They're just born better, man.
Born better.
Yeah.
Except they weren't.
They had the perfect...
This is the culmination of their chemistry.
Perfect stats in their character creation.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. I look at the numbers and I just feel bad. Look at Sasa. He dealt 103,000 total damage.
Imagine if this is the situation and some teams will be like, number 2 is good too, right?
You just kind of, I mean, you have to settle for number 2 now. They're already confirmed number 1 in the regular season.
No one can
I mean, like,
them.
I'm thinking, like, even just imagine going to the grand finals and having that conversation, like, number 2 is good too, right?
I mean, people are just playing for the wildcard slot at this point.
Man. That's a statement. But when we look at the highlights again, we can see why. This early off-tempo play, like where did they come from? Being able to take these fights, again, knowing exactly when to disengage, sacrificing the correct players, Innocent's positioning clean every single time. Sky surviving this.
Okay, this is the part.
This is where it really got disastrous. The fact that Sasa got hit by that.
Oh, it's play of the day, man.
It's just beautiful. It's like a symphony.
It is crazy. Look at this.
Hume's tanking the turret, giving opportunity for Innocent to go get it. Dude.
The base defenses were the only chance that King Empire had at making an impact. And honestly, they did it pretty well. You see here as well, they saw Stormy versus Smooth. He was dropped to 1 HP, then took like 80% of Smooth's HP with his last attack. Like, how do you even do that? How do you prepare yourself for those sort of situations? This was the one mistake Red Giants made where they grouped up, got stacked for Detho, and then they just retreat, regroup, instantly plan how they want to reapproach.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is like the best chance KGE has, right? They went as far as taking out mid inhib. And then this X-Wing was setting up for a flank and it didn't matter. SRG just full on commit to the fight. I don't know. I mean, SRG, they're on top, 21 points on the standings. Flawless. 7 series played, all of them 2-0. What else can you say?
At this point, the only one that can beat them is themselves.
Yeah. I truly feel so. We said that KG was the final test. They passed. Flying colors.
Okay. Selangor Giants and Homeboys have both played 7 games. Selangor Giants has 21 points. Homeboys has 14. That's a big gap.
And Homeboys won 6 of their games.
Yeah, Homeboys play 8 more. Well, is it 8 more? 4 more games compared to SRG.
6 points. And then when you see, okay, number 1, number 2, 6 points. Number 2 and number 3, 2 points.
Yeah.
4, 5, same points.
Yeah.
Like everyone's gap is so close, and then you just look at Selangor Giants. They might as well just be playing a different game at this point.
The fact that this win basically locks everyone out from first seed contention is a statement in itself.
They've proven their superiority here. And honestly, it does make you proud, right? There's a sense of pride watching them because these are very young players that don't have the longest MPL experience, and yet they've grown so much. There's been so much evolution between them.
Yeah, it came at a time where we brand this season as the new era for Mobile Legends, the new era for our region. The fact that M6 is coming back to Malaysia after a few years, and you know, our regressing results on the international stage time and time again. This does breathe hope into everyone else, whether you are a fan of them or not.
Well, despite everything, it's not the end of the festivities yet. We still got matches coming tomorrow on Sunday. It's gonna start off with Homeboys versus Bounty Esports. Then we'll get to see the Red Giants in action again up against Barracuda. And then the night will conclude with Todak versus the Niners.
I would say, based on the standings, a bit one-sided.
A lot of them, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Homeboys fighting for second, SRG, they are just there for bragging rights. And Todak, even though
Niners is fighting for their lives.
They definitely are. I mean, I think it is at a point now where 2-1 results aren't good enough for Niners. They need 2-0s.
Yep, and we have to remember as well.
They still have SRG.
Moon on the Niners is going to be facing Todak. So there's some friction there that might be interesting to watch.
Oh, dude, just hope that Todak was so tilted in their game against RSG that maybe they won't perform tomorrow. I don't know, man. Niners need some kind of miracle.
They need a 2-0. I think that's the only way. Yeah. If not, SRG, I don't think there's any chances, right? So tomorrow is technically their last chance.
It's their last chance, but it's not you guys' last chance yet to participate in the MLBB X King of Fighters 97 Bingo Draw event which is going on from the 24th of April to the 31st of May. You guys can take a shot at winning 3 brand new KOF collab skins and unlocking their exclusive ID tags. We've already seen some of our fans rolling and getting these skins. And if you guys were fast enough, before the 30th of April, you guys would have gotten an exclusive gold ID tag after this period, which means right now, you guys will be getting a silver ID tag. Still very cool, of course. And not just that, we have a 50% off discount on your first 10 times draw and a daily one-time draw as well. So you guys don't want to miss out on this opportunity.
I missed out on the gold one.
Yeah, me too.
I was working that day.
But you guys,
A
I hope some of
commiseration.
you guys didn't miss out.
Don't worry, there's still time. I just want Terry Bogard. That's all I care about. I just want the Paquito skin.
I still can't get the games out of my head.
No, me.
What
me too.
happened earlier?
Oh yeah, like
You see, we said that this was an uncursable series, and indeed,
it was a 2-0.
It was a 2-0.
You know, perhaps what truly defines a strong team is when they can defeat the caster curse.
Yeah, they defied logic, they defied the spiritual realm, they defy everything.
And the thing is, I kind of feel like KGE still got that buff. Sasa technically won his lane.
Yeah.
And then they got a lot of good defenses. So there was buff, just wasn't enough.
It's a shame that we had to see them go up against SRG, right? Like I can also see that improvement in them, the adjustment that they've made, but they were up against a literal titan.
And as we saw in Attack of Titan, going against them,
Titan
It's pretty tough.
Unless your name is Levi, then maybe something. And Mikasa.
Unfortunately, they didn't end up choosing Mikasa. That's what cost them, right? You gotta be able to pick
your
the
fault.
correct skins, right? But jokes aside, that was an incredible showing. We're still gonna get to watch more of the Red Giants, and the next couple teams they're facing are gonna have a lot harder time compared to King Empire. So look forward to that, and look forward to all of the matches that are going to be coming tomorrow as well. That is officially the conclusion of Suru Saturdays today. Once again, my name is Stafa, along with Lafel and Husky. Thank you for joining us on the English broadcast today. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for more MPL MY. See you there.
Cari. Aku tahan dik. Aman.
Retri ya,
Aman. Aman. Sini. Boleh.
Kita minta Yusan. Bang Fani ya.
Let's go baby. No flip barat. Sarap.
Ni balik kari aku.
Nice.
Silakan Tom.
No bite. Boleh. Ayo, Apa man?
Nice grab.
Penny ya.
Nice. I told you going to carry me.
Sarap.
Nice. Seven.
Dale.
Atang.
Showtime sir.
Wait.
Jamir. Just Don't watch me.
Second hip.
Nice.
Don't damage.
Easy. Pakito lo. No flip. Bobo cok. Alip.
Bye.
Tak ada cooking di sini. Cooking.
Let's go. Bye.
Tiga guys.
Beranin guys. Dapat dua.
Gua soton. Tenang guys, banyak guys. Namanya guys.
Mini. Rata.
Bisa. Ice block guys. Nice. Mid. Muncul guys. Betul.
Adik tahun ni. Agak. Nah, we win.
Wait. Menang.
Ah, even though we troll, it's okay. Skill fast.
Mana troll?
Record.
var. Ben geçen sene de Sunshine'ı böyle beğeniyordum. Birçok insan beğenmezken ben Sunshine'ın çok iyi bir potansiyeli olduğunu yayınlarda da söylüyordum.
Evet.
İnanıyordum da ona ve şu an geldiği nokta muazzam. Dünyadaki ben oldum diyen bütün nişancılarla kapışabilir bir durumda Sunshine artık.
Tabii. Eksiği yok. Baktığın zaman bazı standartlar oluştuğu sürece, istediği pozisyonlar oluştuğu sürece eksiği yok açıkçası.
Her şey de oynuyor bu arada.
Evet.
Yani yeri geliyor Harit çekiyor, yeni geliyor Roger ilk oynayan adam, Nathan oynuyor, Beatrix'i var. İşte Cloud bir ara ona karşı yasaklanıyordu. Yani adamı durdurmak da mümkün değil.
Tabii. Brodis içerisi var daha bunun.
Daha neler
Evet,
yani.
bayağı bir havuzu geniş. Peki sevgili Murano, Sunshine'dan sonra bana bir ikinci isim ver o zaman FF'ten. Beni çok etkiledi dediğin.
Abi FF'in bütün oyuncuları beni etkiliyor.
FF o zaman onlara soralım. Madem öyle
Geldiler
onlara
mi?
soralım.
Hadi
Röportaj
bakalım.
hazırmış. Gelsin bakalım. Hazırsa FF kadrosu. Beyler merhabalar, nasıl keyifler, nasılsınız?
Merhaba abi ama senin sesin çok az geliyor. Murano
Senin-
ve John'in sesi, sizin sesiniz çok az geliyor.
Sevgili rejim hemen onunla ilgilenir. Benim sesim biraz az gidiyormuş FF kadrosuna. Murano ve Johnny'nin sesi iyiymiş, benim az gidiyormuş. Ama bir şekilde alıyorsunuz galiba şu an sesi değil mi yine de? Bir şekilde yani duyabiliyorsunuz.
Alien'ın köpeği mi o?
Sephora'nın köpeği.
Aa, çok tatlı.
Maşallah.
Neyse ona kilitlenirsek dur.
Evet kaptan, tebrikler kaptan. İstediğinizi elde ettiniz. Güzel bir seri çıktı karşımıza 2-1. Şöyle başlayacağım ben. 2-0'ı düşünüyordunuz diye tahmin ediyorum. 2-1 biraz böyle minik bir miktar sizi tedirgin etti mi? Zorlandığınızı hissediyor musunuz? Yoksa abi rahattı mı diyeceksin?
Ya aslında öncelikle ben TPR'ı tebrik etmek istiyorum. Bugün bize karşı güzel bir mücadele çıkardılar. Biz 2-0 düşünüyorduk, 2-1 oldu.
Evet.
Gerçekten böyle performans beklemiyordum onlardan. Double break'te de başarılar diliyorum.
Evet.
Yani 2-1 bizi tatmin etti mi? 2-0 kadar etmese de yine de bizim için iyi bir sonuç.
Evet. Johnny sen bir gir araya istersen.
Peki bir ara 3. maçta hani maçın başında kaplumbağa verdiğiniz skorda öne geçtiler, altında geri düştünüz. Orada bir tedirginlik geldi mi?
Yo tedirginlik gelmedi çünkü Emre'nin farmı, Sunshine'ın farmı iyi durumdaydı. Yani maçı bize kazandırabilecek şey vardı hala. O yüzden herhangi bir sıkıntı olmadı. Hala yani maçı kazanacağımızdan eminim.
Bir şey daha var. Çok merak ediyorum. Bu direkt sana bir soru. Bir pozisyonda ışından attın. Tak diye rakibin safını aldın. Orada şey dedim mi? İkinci de ben bunu çekeceğim dedim mi?
Ya safın olmadığını bildiğim için çekeceğimden emindim biraz. Çünkü Emre mid'i itti. Emre'yi mid'de gördüğü için o lane'i içeceğimden emindim. Lane'i de itip çektim zaten onu da.
Ya ben de şöyle bir araya gireyim. İlk tercih Minotaur seçtiğiniz bir karşılaşma vardı. İkinci mücadele kaybettiğiniz maç. Oradaki Minotaur tercih ederken plan neydi? Hani tabii ki özel bir sebebi olabilir
Ya
böyle.
Minotaur tercih etme sebebimiz hani Sidar'a oyunu yıkmak ama istediğimiz oyunu yapamadık. O yüzden yani yapamadık. Tam çalışmadı draft.
dediğimiz
Aslında
olay
draft kötü değildi ama çalıştıramadık.
Ya Freddy'nin ben aşırı güçlü olduğunu düşünüyorum. Sizin Freddy'nin hakkındaki yorumlarınızı da tabii ki burada da duymak isteriz. Ama Freddy'nin alan takım sanki 1-0 değil de 2-0 önde başlıyormuş gibi.
Ya evet Fred'in çok güçlü ama şu son gelen güncellemeden sonra yine de hani abartılacak kadar güçlü değil. Tabii yine güçlü ama.
Burada da Sidar'da yok da soramıyoruz ona da.
Peki Sunshine'a soralım abi. Az önce seninle ilgili
Prime
konuşuyorduk.
Sunshine.
Abi bu sezon senin kariyer sezonun mu? En iyi sezonun diyebilir misin?
En iyi sezonum diyebilirim kesinlikle abi. Global turnuvadan sonra işler daha fazla değişiyor.
Peki abi hayatında neyi değiştirdin?
Seversin.
Ya bir şey değişmedi açıkçası ya. Takımımız daha fazla ileriye gidince benim de oynama şeyim daha fazla arttı diyebilirim tamamen. Takımıma bağlı.
Tamam. Peki hazır bulmuşken Rosa sana da bir şey soracağım abi. Bu sezon tam bir KDA canavarı oldun. Hakikaten çift basamaklı bitirdin. Onun üzerinde bir KDA ile bitirdin. Geçen sezon böyle değildi. Bu sezon ne değişti sende de onu da merak ediyorum.
Yani pek bir şey değişmedi. Yani aldığım hero'lar genelde çok içeri giren hero'lar olmadığı için yani ölmemem normal yani. Pek de bir farkı yok yani.
Abi şu an
Biraz daha support gibi oynuyor.
abi şöyle söyleyeyim. Ligde en fazla skor katkısı yapan oyuncusun ve en az ölenlerden bir tanesi. Muazzam
Kaç şu
bir
an?
iş.
Şu an kaçtır
Hemen
ya?
bakayım. Bilmiyorum sen kendi baktın hiç rakamlarına.
14'ten fazla
Rosa.
mı şu an KDA'sı Rosa'nın?
Abi 293 skor katkım var bu sezon ve sadece 28 kere ölmüşsün. Yani
28.
bu muazzam bir rakam.
10 katından fazla öldürdüğün
Yani
skor katkısı.
10,5 KD'in var bu sezon. Senin yakınına yaklaşan bir tek kim var? Söyleyeceğim hemen. 8.95 yok Sigibum. Ya aranızda 1,5 KD'ye fark var.
1,5 KD de öyle küçük de bir şey değil
Değil
yani.
abi.
Ufak bir şey değil.
Muazzam. Ellerine sağlık yani.
Evet biraz daha elini alalım ön tarafa.
Ha Eylin orada köpekle uğraşıyor. O yüzden çok rahatsız etmek istemiyor.
Sesini duyuyorsun o yüzden.
Evet Elin senden de iyi
ejder.
oyun. Memnunsun gidişattan. Göründüğü üzere arkana da yaslanmışsın köpekle beraber. Rakip olarak kimi istiyorsun sen? Onu sorayım ben de sana.
Rakip olarak kimi istiyorsun diyor.
Rakip olarak kimin geldiği fark etmez.
Ya bunu
Kim bilir de
Kim
gelsin.
olursa olsun fark etmez değil mi?
Peki az sonra oynanacak bir S2G Vatan Game mücadelesi var. Sizce bu seri için skor tahmininizi alabilir miyiz sizden de?
2-0 SQG.
2-0 S2G
Wow.
dedi Apex.
Abi S2G şu ana kadar yenemedi Vatan'ı. Ligde.
Ben
4-0.
Abi yenecek
4-0.
Bu sefer yenecek mi?
Vatan diyorum.
Tabii
Yenecek.
kardeş etkisi.
Kardeşim Sunshine ne düşünüyor?
2-1 biri yenecek ya. Abi
2-1.
2-1 ikisinden biri yenecek
Ya
diyorum.
birisi yenecek değil zaten birisi kazanacak yani.
O da doğru aslında. Abi ben vatan diyorum ya. Bilmiyorum.
Rosa ne diyor?
O da vatan dedi.
Ben
2-1
Sen
S2G
de
mi?
bir anda döndün kanka.
Evet abi.
2-1
Abi bu-
Alien ne diyor? Alien'ı da alalım da.
Alien'in o rahatlığı, o oturuşu beni korkutuyor ya.
Abi
Adam
Alien'ın dünya şampiyonu
çok rahat adam ya.
Mekanın sahibi.
Tam olarak çok rahat, çok profesyoneli karşılıyor orada yani.
Evet
adam.
Alien'cığım.
Girdim oyunu hallettim arkama yaslandım. Bizim
Değil mi?
çocuklar
Abi
konuşsun
Elin
ben gerisine
2-0 vatan
karışmam.
diyor Elin.
Evet rejiden de koltuğu kıracağın infosu gelince tabii düzelmem gerekti.
Evet FF tarafı çok teşekkür ediyoruz sizlere. Bu
Elinize
röportaj
sağlık.
için ellerinize sağlık.
Abi
Galibiyetinizi
yayınlar
kutlarız.
abi. Kolay gelsin. Biz
Çok
teşekkür
sağ olun.
ediyoruz.
Başarılarınızın devamını diliyoruz efendim. Alalım
Teşekkür
arkadaşlarımızı da
ederim.
yayından. Şöyle tatlı bir röportaj
Bye
çıkartmış
bye.
olduk. Evet beyler çok özgüvenli FF tarafı kendine. Şöyle bir nacizane inceden rakiplerine de jest yaptılar. 2-0'ı bekliyorduk. 2-1 birazcık beklediğimiz bir şey değildi. Minik bir tedirginlik oldu. Onları da tebrik ederiz dediler. Haklarını teslim ettiler TPR'ın ki herkes ediyor. Ama günün sonunda kazanan taraf FF istediklerini elde ettiler. Kim gelirse de gelsin fark etmez diyorlar.
O seviyedeki bir takımdan tam beklediğimiz cevap zaten sormadan önce de konuşmuştuk üzerine.
Evet.
Büyük olabilmek için büyük düşünmek lazım.
Sen neler diyorsun Murano? Daha sonrasında yavaşça araya gideceğiz.
Hangi konuda abi?
FF'in genel olarak röportajı konusunda neler söylersin?
Ya tatlı bir röportaj.
Evet.
Güzel bir röportajdı. Dediklerin hepsini konuştuk.
Evet.
Yorumlarını da eklediler Sunshine'ı özellikle. Sunshine'ı tebrik ederim. Başarılarının devamını dilerim. Takım olarak da başarılarının devamını dilerim.
Evet.
Bu kadar uzun süre formda kalan tek takım.
Doğru.
Formda kalmaya da devam ediyorlar.
Evet.
Gerçek FF uyandı.
Gerçek FF gerçekten daha da fazlasını üzerine koyarak belki de devam edecek. Finalde adlarını görme ihtimalimiz çok yüksek ama hepsinin cevabını almadan önce şöyle küçük bir araya gidelim. Daha sonrasında heyecan devam ediyor olacak.
Olmuyor kardeşim, olmuyor. Yok yerden eşya topla, oraya buraya koş, şunu bunu geliştir. Oyuncu muyuz, amelimiz belli değil ya. Oyun dediğin akacak, gidecek. Bank bank başlayıp bitecek ya.
Nasıl yani?
Bak yaklaş sen, yaklaş. Öğrencinin vakti yok abi. Oyun dediğin 10 dakika sürecek. Bank bank, tıkır tıkır yani. Oyuncunun hayali var abi. Oyun dediğin ben pro olacağım diyene ülkesini temsil etme şansı verebilir.
Evet.
Oyun dediğin her koşulda insanları bir araya getirip takım ruhu yaşatabilmeli. Ekibini kurduysan bang bang abi.
Evet.
Sabah saatlerinde sokağa dökülen binlerce oyuncu ne olacak bu mobil mobanın hali diye isyan etti.
Çıkar telefonu.
Dolayı.
Çıkar. Yaz bakalım mobile Legend Bang Bang.
Aktif 2,5 milyondan fazla oyuncu, güncel içerikler ve eşsiz rekabetiyle 10 dakikalık maçlar. Türkiye'nin en çok oynanan mobil MOBA oyunu Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Barış Bey.
Adamlar halledecek dediler. Vallahi halletmişler. Helal olsun.
Ver bir elde ben oynayayım ben.